Oh, howdy all, grab yourself a drink, it is time for some PathOfExile discussion. Patch 3.24 has been going on and on and on now, but 3.25 is not yet on the horizon. With not much happening in the base game, I thought I would take a look over in the Ruthless rule set, see how things have improved. A lot of changes were made in 3.24, not specifically to Ruthless, but that flowed on to Ruthless. And the biggest thing here was the scarab overhaul. Scarabs have gone from something incredibly rare in Ruthless to something that you're going to get a bunch of just playing the game, and all the scarabs do pretty much exactly what they do in the base game. So that's the first thing. Maps feel more different to each other because you've got more access to scarabs in order to make them different to each other. Secondly, there's also the addition of the Bold Undertakings keystone, which solves a problem that Ruthless specifically had because it's too expensive to alch every map that you've got, and as a result, you end up transmuting and augmenting maps a lot, and those maps can feel quite similar to each other. Bold Undertakings then comes along and says, hey, surprise, 60% reduced effective auras on you. Or, surprise, reflect, yeah, better get out of this map. I'm keen to see how both of these things play out at endgame in Ruthless, because I've always felt that Ruthless has been a fun way to play through the campaign, but a dull endgame. Hopefully that's fixed. I don't know yet whether that's going to be the case or not. I'm intending to go at least as far as 2 Voidstones on this character, but who knows, if I fall in love with the game mode again, then I'll go further than that. 3 last things before we get going. Firstly, this is a relaxed pace playthrough. I'm not really trying to go fast here, and it's going to show. Secondly, this is a re-upload of a past live stream. That's going to mean that I'll often be talking to people who are not present anymore because they were there at the time on Twitch, and I haven't burnt in their comments into the video for reasons that will become apparent when I upload the second part of this, because in that part, I actually managed to get myself my first hate raid on Twitch. It should be reasonably obvious though for any of the more substantial discussions that aren't just me responding to a specific question, what we're talking about. And thirdly, I normally go for an Australian M rating on my videos that I upload to YouTube. M rating is probably Australia's closest thing to an American PG-13, whereas this video is going to be MA rated, which is something that's roughly halfway between America's PG-13 and America's R rating. So if you prefer to keep things wholesome, then I would suggest this isn't the video for you, although it's not something that's depraved either. I'm going to leave it there. May your Val Orbs have interesting results, and may you get more of them than I've had in Ruthless in this playthrough so far. Oh wow, I actually got Ruthless toucan. Alright, well that's cool. This is going to be in the standard Ruthless in Ruthless Necropolis. I sort of fix up my stupid initial setup because there's nothing worse than the initial default controls the game gives you. They're terrible. And then Ruthless is very similar to the base game at the start, except obviously less items will drop. So if I kill stuff en route to Hillock, I will get less. But also, like, you tend to be more inclined to need to mule characters in Ruthless as well. But the gameplay itself is basically the same. Hermit, no, I haven't finished all of the challenges yet in the normal game. I haven't made much progress. I was feeling like something was really wrong when I was playing, and I realized eventually that it was a posture thing. So it's like I wasn't really wanting to play very much, and realized that it was just that I'd had my chair set up really badly. So my feet were sort of cramped inwards. But yeah, I haven't finished the challenges. I got a bunch that are pretty easy. Like, honestly, I can throw currency at them and complete them quickly. I'm in that position at the moment. I've just been doing other stuff. My aim is terrible there on that guy. Not that it really matters. Like, killing stuff here is generally never worth it, base game or Ruthless. It just feels wrong not to kill things, is my usual feel. Like, if you're trying to be efficient, you don't kill stuff here. But just running past monsters, leaving them alive, it feels filthy. Hey Totox, welcome, welcome. So Quick Step always drops here, and I'm still at the point now where I am going to pick up various things that are just an ID scroll shard. I'm going to be something Ignite based. I'm going to let my item drops impact exactly what, but start with I'm going to go up this way, even though I'm going to then have to probably respec out points later. But the damage is too good early on. Yeah, it's kind of funny. This league strikes me as exactly what the PathOfExile subreddit always asks for in a league. It's extremely high magic find stuff, just like Affliction. It's one where mastery of the league mechanics is rewarded. It's one where you can deterministically craft anything you want. And yeah, it's not been what people wanted. I don't recommend Ruthless and SSF together, Hermit Craig. By all means, give it a shot, but I don't recommend it because of support gems. So early on, you're going to be real starved for support gems, and it's going to be a clunky start to the game. Support gems are loot in Ruthless. Yeah, I can see this being one of those leagues that people love or hate for various reasons. But the magic finding has jumped the shark entirely, I think, in the base game.
I know that stench.
Just like it jumped the shark in Affliction. Like, basically, all the reasons I didn't like Affliction are the reasons I don't like this league. This league has gotten stale. I'm just thinking, I actually want to kill stuff here. I'm just kind of getting a feel for the Ruthless only movement skill. Yeah, it is in extremely... Like, it is basically Harvest again for its ability to deterministically craft. Probably, actually, it's stronger than Harvest. Not in every scenario possible, but... I think for most players, this is Harvest, but minus the need to be in, minus the mandatory being in TFT that Harvest had. One thing I'm doing here that is unusual, I am clearing this zone pretty aggressively, and that's because my movement speed is going to be slower than it would be in the base game because of your movement skills being terrible. And also, I'm just going to have less item drops. I wouldn't mind getting some items to drop. Do I want that? Yeah, I can just offhand that, hey. And literally just offhand that wand. And yeah, get a bit more spell damage that way. And I don't want to get the zone boss to come up and surprise me. Look, there are some items where it's weaker than Harvest, but I think in general it is stronger. Like taking your character as a whole. Yep, I'll pick up ID shards. And of course, this is the one time that I don't find the zone boss, which is odd. Usually you do find him in here. Okay, absolutely nothing dropping there because it's the way it works. The other thing that's crazy is just how strong this mechanic is in Ruthless as well. Like, in Ruthless, it's basically at full power. This vendor's for 4, doesn't it? Yeah, so if I need that, I'll keep it in mind. I kind of probably don't, though. And the other thing you'll notice is that because it's Ruthless, there's no ability to purchase rings from the vendor. There is actually a belt, which I didn't think that they did sell. And a bunch of stuff is way more expensive than usual as well. So there's a bunch of stuff I can't buy, including... Oh no, it's only socketed lightning gems. If that was universal lightning, it would have felt quite bad. And yeah.
God hasn't abandoned us.
Yeah, exactly. Fire Fury puts up a bit of a fight. It's like one of those things that you always underestimate, but the thing hits pretty hard. I'm trying to remember what this gives you rewards-wise on Ruthless. I think it's this. Is it the same? As the Quicksilver flasks are less powerful than they are in base game. A lot less powerful, actually.
When I'm ready, I'm not.
Yeah, I feel like this league mechanic was one of those weird ones in hardcore where, like, early on it would have been brutal. But later on it would have been pretty reasonable.
I need more mana.
So I'm getting like, I'm getting currency drops like it's not Ruthless here. Not that transmutes are all that rare in Ruthless, but they're not common either. You still get things like the Lantern mod for, I think it's 224% increased monster damage. There's 144% monster speed. A whole bunch of things that just feel really crazy. Gem levels fall way behind what you used to in Ruthless. Gems only get, I think it's 16% of base game XP. And on top of that, a few mechanics that give bursts of XP aren't around. Oh, that's actually been removed in the base game as well, hasn't it? The gem XP monster conversion. So you kind of want to kill more monsters than you would in the base game. Killing the trash first. Fireball +1. Notice how long that took. I think that normally happens not long after after Hillock. We've killed the entire zone in between. I'm just going to face tank for the rest. Skip the loot, if you call that loot, and jump to character selection. And Necropolis Ruthless. They're on specific packs, yeah, but the thing is that some of the mods are just not really safe on anything. It was a Quicksilver Flask. Okay, so now our next step is going to be to vendor all of the rubbish we've got. And then wanted to have my character play good old-fashioned dress up. I don't have the white set. I do, don't I? Yeah, I think I do. Unless I got that out of a free... No, I got that out of a free free mystery box, I'm guessing. Alright, let's go Tormentor then. I can't remember what the deal is with these, if they've got anything specific about them or not. Ring effects, the most important... Oh, actually, do I steal this? I think I do. I've only had this a short period of time. I don't think I really mind losing that record from BPL character. Yep, that's fine. I'll do that. And then, of course, we get the Black Star ring, because the Ring of the Black Star is like the most fun thing around. That's the one that causes a massive thing every time you level up. And we will go with, what's it called? The ones from Calandra era, weapon added... It's not weapon added effect, although we can grab one of them. It's something... It's under silver, isn't it? Yeah, Silver Treasure Hunter is my favourite of them. SK Cyprian is asking, is this private league? No, this is just the default Ruthless league. Ruthless Necropolis. I think defenses are too complicated right now. I think that's the problem with defenses currently. Like, we're back to where we were pre 3.16. 3.16 simplified a lot of stuff. Then Grinding Gear Games decided they'd make Determination brokenly good. and they never nerfed determination when it needed it. They instead gave monsters the ability to ignore determination, and that ended up being really problematic. There are people playing in Ruthless usually. It's not as empty as people think, mainly because not that many people play it, but the people that play a lot. Like, it tends to be that the people who play it really like it. It's not a lot of people's favourite mode, but for the people that like it, it's very much their favourite. Especially, it seems like, my understanding, because like my thoughts previously, I loved Ruthless 1 to 75, but then the endgame felt empty, and I'm under the assumption now. I want to kind of test this myself, but I'm under the assumption now that the endgame, like, you have much more access to interesting content now than you did back in previous incarnations of Ruthless. The other thing that makes it interesting is that you just find stuff on the ground, which is something that doesn't happen in the base game because crafting is so strong. Because they've absolutely nerfed the hell out of crafting in Ruthless, much more so than anything else, crafting is nerfed. That means that the game, like, you spend Act 3 getting strong enough to beat Dominus rather than spending Act 3 getting strong enough to beat, like, Depraved Trinity. Except for gem levels and progression. The endgame is mostly the same, except some important numbers are different. So instead of 28, it's 50 on the Eldritch bosses, to give you a bit of an example of some of the important numbers that are different. Kind of thinking, do I do the side area now, or do I just come back for it, surely? Scarabs are, their drop weight is 12,800. I saw the data mine info on it. So their drop weight is, I think it's 1/6 the drop rate of maps. Maps are 75,000 in Ruthless, which is way higher than base game because there's a minimum number of maps you need to function. Yeah, I agree, Tumblr. Like, there's a bunch of stuff where certain defenses are too strong. That's the thing. Like, certain defenses are too strong, so GGG bypass them instead of nerfing the defenses that need it. And that's why people go with, like, the fact that they have so much physical overwhelm in the game at the moment, or the numbers on it are so high, is because determination's so strong. But because determination is that strong, ends up that GGG have to do something to balance around it. Whereas if they nerf determination a bit, made it 5 gem levels worse than it is now, it would still be very usable, and then they could nerf the numbers on Fizz Overwhelm instead. Likewise, yeah, suppression should not be 50% damage. It should be like, maybe make it that you take 40% less or 35% less, and then monsters that assume that you have suppression don't need to be so punishing of it. What's really funny is going and fighting Cirrus now, because Cirrus was balanced around players not having suppression, and if you've got suppression, Cirrus is a snooze, even if your damage is terrible. Like, even if you're not on a bossa, your damage is terrible. Cirrus is a cakewalk, is easier than Elder. Than that's regular Elder, not Uber Elder. Yeah, I think I agree. Even if suppression was 25% less, it would still be solid. So a high level, even though... Oh, no, actually, Ruthless does have a nerfed player level, but that's later. That hasn't kicked in yet. We're pretty high level because I'm just killing more stuff than you would in the base game. Not really in that much of a hurry. I'll pick that up just for the ID scroll shard. So can see how harmless these mods are, and then later you get some really vicious ones. Yeah, I agree with that, yeah, and there's also a couple of sources of that like amp up the 50% to higher as well. I think those are even more of a mistake. I will say though that having partial suppression is fine on gear. Like not capping suppress, people underrate how good that can be, especially since they added the lucky suppression mastery. It's a bit different if you're a hardcore player, but if you're in softcore, having 80% and lucky is fine. You know, like once in a blue moon you fall over dead, but that's what you got. You bought 6 portals. I feel at that point that those sources would be absolutely mandatory. Fire and Ignite resistance is such a mongrel of a mod. I think I actually have a support gem I can pick up at this point. Not a support gem, an active gem.
I need more mana.
Let's just jump back to town quickly. Pick up the... I think it's not Holy Flame Totem on this character. Something else. But new gems, yeah, it's probably going to be full leveling. I think I'll just get Flame Wall. Like, it's stock standard, but it's really good.
What little help I can offer is... Take care.
Yeah, resetting the zone would be optimal. You know what? I'm not going to do it. Running past would be optimal too. You know what? I don't really care. These monsters have annoyed me. They're going to pay. It's as simple as that. Basically, one thing that's worth noting in Ruthless, you will almost never get auras. Auras are a big deal if they drop. Not just Determination, but pretty much all of them are a big deal if they drop. Oh, these are... Of course, these are double life crabs. It's alright, I'm still killing them. I don't care. They annoyed me. Yeah, I'd forgotten the respawn mechanic, because normally you're so much stronger. Like, normally you'd have an extra gem level, you'd have 2 support gems, and you might have some damage on your weapon as well. I mean, I could transmute a weapon if I wanted, but... Normally you would just be so much stronger at this point than you are in Ruthless. And then, of course, you wouldn't... like, getting one that's a soft counter to you is annoying, but it's alright. They're interesting. See, like a 3-link boots, that'll do. Not that 3-link actually helps very much early in the game. That's one of the things that's really odd in Ruthless, is that early on you care about the mods on items rather than the sockets. Whereas base game would be exactly the opposite. Be like, oh yeah, boots are a bit of an exception, but normally you just want things that are already usable. So that's an upgrade once I hit 6. 3 auras, 3 heralds, yeah, that seems pretty plausible. Like, level 90 in Ruthless is a much bigger deal than it is in the base game. Bingo card for 325. What I want to see or what I think we'll see? Like, the biggest thing on my what I expect we'll see is Reddit going berserk again over something. But in terms of stuff I'd like to see, something for betrayal safe houses. And I sort of was thinking, like, what I would probably put in there is a modest, no, low chance, like, modest is the wrong word, a low chance, but not zero, to get a fractured item with an incursion, with a fractured item, sorry, with a veiled mod on it, dropping from safe houses, like, not commonly, but just something that you will occasionally see. Yeah, the other thing that you feel a lack of in Ruthless is purity of elements. Something you might not really be that keen to use in base game. Like, it's something you use as an, oh, my build's not working, so I'll go purity of elements. Whereas in Ruthless, it has much more utility. I figure here's a good spot to drop a town portal down. I love being able to just press B to drop a portal now. That's like the best quality of life change in the whole of 324. It's just an action you do a lot that is easier than it used to be. So yeah, that gets my vote of thing I'd like to see. The other thing I'd like to see is more tier 17s that maybe have new bosses. Like entirely new. Not reused existing ones. I think you're saying that... Oh, well, and the other thing they need to do is gut the loot on 17s. Like, 17 should be something you do for the tier 17 only drops, not something that is the best spot in the game to get everything else. Back to basics absolutely has to go as well. If back to basics remains, then the league is going to be a failure. Even though people won't like it being gone. Like, if it remains, then you're going to end up with another catastrophic drop-off in player base. Because no one's like, the stuff that is good will either have to be made rarer, so it's not all flooding the market by sort of day 4, or it will not exist, and then therefore it pretty much won't exist for most people, or nothing will be rare. Nothing will be an exciting drop. Oh, you actually got a life flask upgrade finally. I hate it when you just cannot get a life flask to drop. Yeah, Shimmy, I think the scarabs are the main thing I'm interested in trying. I think, like, in a lot of ways, the Necropolis stuff might undermine what makes Ruthless Ruthless. Although I'll definitely be using the stuff. I think the thing is that Tumblr, there's nothing wrong with good uniques being common. Like, as an example of a good unique that's common, like having... The best in-slot helmet for a popular build is Kitava's Thirst. That's good, but it's worthless. So just... Like, so it is a very good item, but it's not worth anything. This league, things that have historically been valuable, like even Calandra's Touch, is worthless. Doesn't mean it's not a good item, but it's now in that Kitava's Thirst category. Except for the fact that almost no one is going to see it drop. Just the people who do see it are going to see 30 of it. Well, I mean, it just means that this league, Headhunter this league is what Diala's Malefaction is in most leagues. You know, it's like it's an entire rarity tier more common than normal. Except... it's still not dropping for most players. It's only dropping for people who are doing back to basics shenanigans. This pack is actually an Eater of Worlds adjacent pack, isn't it? I'm not just imagining that. It's like monsters that are at least quite a bit like the Eater of Worlds monsters in appearance. So yeah, once you make an item accessible, it ceases to be an exciting drop. That doesn't mean it's bad. I guess the other one that comes in mind is the Maven Boots. You know, one of the very best items in the entire game. But it's worthless. Must remember, have portal up to go back to previous zone, where the monster that would be affected by an essence in the base game, but probably isn't in Ruthless. At least I think it isn't. I don't think they put all of those changes into the game. Gee, adding some pretty unexpected currency levels here. Like a chance orb already. Granted, chances aren't rare, but... I actually want to get out of here. There's just a few more that I'm happy to run past when I don't have much damage. I think the Maven Boots are a best in slot item on a lot of builds. Or if they're not, or at least best in... For some people you might go past them, but in many cases it's like your upgrade path is start with the Maven Boots, end with a double corrupted Maven Boots that are well rolled. Like, they're that good. But that doesn't make them worth anything. Yeah, that I'm Exile thing was heartbreaking, wasn't it? For anyone that missed it, there was a major race event that I'm Exile ended up was granted. I'm Exile had some good RNG early on in his run, but he ended up losing, and the main thing was he couldn't get a chance orb to drop before Act 5 Katava. Yeah, that's the highest quality. That should be the one I use. Yeah. I went to ExileCon 1. I did not go to ExileCon 2 because I wanted to do videos from home. I thought long and hard about it and then eventually decided, no, it's better to report on it from home. I did want to go, but it was, yeah. I couldn't do much else. Oh, do you have one drop off early in the run and not grab it? Ouch. I will definitely use that rat thing reasonably early on. Got some really fast vomit birds here. Oh, they're dead at least. Yeah, that was a really exciting race. Because, like, from memory, it was like 30 seconds difference between them at the end. And that 30 seconds was the difference of not having cremation. But then again, like I said, I'm Exile had some really good luck early on. So it's sort of the way things work out sometimes. Oh yeah, tilt is really tough to deal with in stressful scenarios like that. Like when there's substantial money on the line, it becomes really, really stressful. Especially if you're not used to playing with that much money on the line, which in PathOfExile no one is. Like, Gauntlet's substantial, but it's not at that level. It's not like, you know, 5,000 US difference between first and second.
I need more mana.
Yeah, I think Chaos skills are in this weird spot at the moment where they got... I mean, if you're talking about Chaos damage over time skills that aren't poison, so things like... hang on a sec. chaos damage over time that's not poison, so stuff like Essence Drain, they got really hammered hard when GGG gave a needed nerf to poison. The thing is that they nerfed the wrong thing. They nerfed wither scaling, and the poison was OP, but they just nerfed the wrong thing. Hit based chaos is in a better spot, yeah. Goes and checks that I'm actually in Ruthless League with all these currency drops. We're just sucking back to town quickly, and we'll go and get quick vendoring session. Do we want anything? 20 ES versus this, they're about equal. I can use this now, can't I? So let's just throw this on. And now we'll go and get our skill point. You do still get all the skill points in Ruthless. Oh, hang on. Speaking of skill points, I may as well spend some. Yeah, I need to get around to trying Holy Relic. Oh, yep, but dying in Act 8 is pain. That's gonna wreck you. I take it then that Ben wasn't trying for Atsuri. Yeah, I think the more prestigious thing people chase after really hard is the first Void Stones. Yeah, exactly. As we were saying that at the same time. Or just for the prestige of the race to Void Stones as well. Like it's like one of those things that's regarded as an important boss to get early. Whether you're going to carry them or not. It doesn't get the Essence Monster obligatory Ruthless is easy mode here. Don't have an Enhanced Dweller of the Deep. Which obviously is done to keep the loot lower on it. They don't want to give an Essence away early. Essences are meant to be... like, you would at least consider muling for this Essence in Ruthless. You probably wouldn't actually do it. But I don't think they want that to be something you would even consider. What do we got here? 17.5, 15.15. Basically equivalent. Alright. I'll grab these and then I'll duck back to town. Go pick up our rewards. And there's that. So we still haven't seen a single support gem yet, which is not unusual. We're still in the same zone. That's alright, because this had decent mods from the 400% increase of quantity from the Necropolis mechanics. Oh, alchemy. Oh, that's unexpected to see. Normally you get like killing as much as I'm killing through the campaign. You probably get 3 elk drops in the entire campaign in Ruthless. But they're the currency that I guess you'd put them as like maybe equivalent to getting an exalted orb in base game. Like they're much more common, but just in terms of their trade value, like it's probably close to that of an exalt in the regular version of the game. I just love how I haven't got a single magic item yet. Another chance of what the hell? I mean, I know I'm in a zone with 400% quantity, but still, that's unexpected. Ruthless gives you roughly half as much currency as the base game once you get an item, and there's a lot less items dropping as well. So it's probably like an 1/8 as much currency overall. Reroll a run, yeah. I mean, I am killing everything, but still, that's it is still pretty crazy. Fortunately, don't need to reroll a run because I'm just playing around. I'm not like trying to do like a race or anything like that. Agreed. Yeah, you often wouldn't have seen an elk by now. I mean, you'd get an essence instead, because you would have the essence normally. And to be fair, like, how far would you have been by the time you've killed this many monsters? Honestly, I think in base game, you'd kill this number of monsters, like, by mid-Act 2. Maybe even late Act 2. But I need my gem XP, I need my chances at getting a support gem to drop. Not that I got anything there. I think it's like 75% reduced rarity on players, which makes the gold amulet feel insanely strong in Ruthless. What's my slash played? It's the same as whatever the stream length is. Stream length is 40 minutes 39, so it'll be very close to that. Oh, volley support. Yeah, we can probably find a use for that. It doesn't really add damage to fireball, but it does add projection. So yeah, we'll use that for sure. That's not a bad drop early on. Like, that's a very usable support gem. Oh, hang on. I should actually go back. What I want to do here is re-enter a new zone. Hang on. How do I do that? How do I change? I just want to use my rats up. Because I can't be used for very long. Exactly, yeah. Yeah, if you're trying to race, you'd be miles ahead of me. I mean, I'm not a good racer, and I'd be a lot further ahead if I was trying to go fast. I'm definitely not a good racer, or even close to it. Now I've got some actual AoE, though, which is a huge thing. Like, I can drop... I can just do drop so many more monsters while I'm running along. Okay, so there's some useless information for you. In Ruthless, you do get this encounter. Don't really think that it's worth doing a Legion here. Not like I can make it work very well. I'm going to get a whole bunch of gem XP off this pack here. Not this specific pack, but the pack with the rats before. Goat Spawn? Oh yeah, good point. I'm not even thinking, am I? It's, that's probably an upgrade. That is an upgrade for sure with the current setup we've got. Let's just make sure of that. 77 versus... Oh yeah. Yep, that's quite the upgrade. No, there's no way I'm going to use those links. Those are like beyond the pale to use. We've had exactly 0 magic items dropped so far. I'm on no filter because I don't have a Ruthless filter set up. Yeah, it actually is better on this than it would be on in a normal... Ew, there we go. There's another one. I just realized what I need to do urgently. Like, this can't wait. Attack without moving. Attack without moving. Attack without moving. Cone Helm has got to be an upgrade on this, right? Not that I can use it. Maybe I can soon. We'll keep it aside for now. And we also have this. I'm going to pick up Practical Application next as well. That's quite good in Ruthless, where you're just shorter on a lot of essentials than you are in the base game. Oh, so we haven't had a magic or rare item yet, but we've just got a bad unique, which is very serviceable early on. Like, this is not a bad item early on at all. We'll just a quick think. Yeah, that is the thing that Ruthless does really well. Like, you keep getting upgrades as you're going. Always, when you're in Act 1, you are looking for the items you want for Act 1. You are not looking for items that might be useful later. There's a magic item. I'm going to ID that. 40... Yeah, that's straight out upgrade over this thing. Rolling Magma, and we'll grab a quick step in there. Kind of thinking, should I have Rolling Magma be the thing that's got the volley support on it? I don't think it matters hugely. Alright, let's go get our lab trial. Now, something that's important is that labyrinths have different crafts in this. And one of them is that comes up quite commonly is swap one support gem for another. Because support gems are loot in this game rather than being ground clutter like they are in the base game. Alright, fighting this thing is me being silly. I'm going to be stubborn and stupid here. Hey, Meistigan. Welcome, welcome. This thing is being obnoxious, which is kind of funny. I mean, you pick up some stuff in the campaign. It's just that you don't pick up very much. Yeah, we'll go on. I think the main thing is that you never need to pick stuff up, like, on an act-by-act basis, the way you do in Ruthless. exception of playing a build that is based on weapon scaling, but then a lot of the weapons come from vendor recipes instead of RNG drops. And like maybe you get lucky on an RNG drop, and so your ID stuff chasing those drops, but they probably don't happen. I think we're nearly there. I think we overshot it, didn't we? I think it's over this way. Yep, here it is. I'm at default move speed, so... Oh, hang on, I've got my... Nah, move skill wasn't enough. It will be enough to get there, though. Alright, let's kill that Diabolist, and then the rest will all be fine. Tap that.
Strongest metal of them all.
Yeah, so Hermit Craig, I don't know if you know that the Guardian got nerfed in Ruthless a bit. It's still very strong, but it's not as ridiculous as it was. Oh, when was it? There was a couple of leagues ago. I think it was like more than a third of the league meta, because it was just bustedly good in Ruthless. Yeah, it's interesting that we've got no. It's interesting that we've got no real gameplay. Like, we've got no teasers of PathOfExile 2 that are like character build option related. We haven't really had anything since ExileCon 1, and stuff's probably changed a lot since then. Oh yeah, we're here. Alright. Pick up this and this. That next node is going to be really good for us. Yeah, the difference though, Muskin, is that it used to be that the two aspects of the Guardian, so we're not talking about just one part of it. The whole package of the Guardian could carry you so much further than that. Like, without really needing any investment at all. Ah, there's a life flask. Excellent. And wanting one of them. So, that's going to solve a bunch of problems. That is going to solve a bunch of problems there. All our gems can level now, because you can't rely on getting attribute jewelry in Ruthless. Whereas base game you can, so it's much more necessary to at least to consider taking it on the tree. attributes. I was sort of talking a little about this before, most again. I think it's one of those things where, okay, firstly, people say they love deterministic crafting. They hate it. Secondly, this is another Magic Find League straight after a Magic Find League, but it's as convoluted as Affliction was. So it's meant that there's this thing where chase items exist to the point that they're really cheap, but they're not going to drop for you unless you're doing the broken strats. And yeah, like I think the game is in a good spot in general, but the game will be in a good spot when Back to Basics is completely deleted and when all Flame members are no longer around. Then like without the Necropolis mechanics, like without all Flame members and without Back to Basics, Magic finds under control a bit more. Oh yeah, fair point on that, Tumblr. But yeah, I don't think we're ever going to see deterministic crafting again, and I think some of the systems that are deterministic in the game might get removed as a result of Necropolis. Like, I think one of the worst things in the game at the moment, and I said this in Sentinel as well when the same problem existed in a different way. In Sentinel, it was Wrath of the Cosmos. There's something in the game that is subtly very, very difficult. Like, Back to Basics is like adding 15 or 20 tiers of difficulty to a map, but it's not obvious that it's what's killing you. So a lot of people who don't know that they're asking the game to like absolutely slaughter them think that there's something fundamentally wrong with defenses when actually they're just playing an extreme hard mode that is opt-in, but they don't realize that it's a hard mode. Black Swanized, I have not yet done 40 of 40. I haven't got around to it. I got sidetracked with some Harbinger testing that is ongoing in my Discord at the moment. Hey, we got a magic item. Or two. Okay, these rat mitts are almost certain to be an upgrade. Yep, they're an upgrade, so they go on. Quick step goes in them somewhere. I think the thing with the crafting in this is that people, at least on the PathOfExile subreddit, people claim to love Harvest. Harvest was much more much more grunt work than this league is. So far, the only conclusion that is of note is that Harbingers definitely don't scale with pretty much anything except whether they're a king or not. Delirium doesn't scale them. Zone quantity doesn't scale them. Map tier doesn't scale them. So they're basically the same drops at all tiers. King Harbingers are going to be tested next, but we want to get a baseline as to what the drops are like on a few thousand regular Harbingers first. But even 100% Delirium is now confirmed, which it was suspected it didn't scale them, but it's now confirmed. And other stuff hadn't been confirmed this league, but had in the past. Actually, Tier 1 versus Tier 16 had never been tested, to the best of my knowledge. Yeah, it's like you can do Harbingers in Tier 1 and get the same drops. Let's wait and see on the Kings, though. Like, that's true in the normal game, but I don't know about with the Kings. Because we've deliberately tested no Kings are allowed. Already got my goat's horns, so... Okay, I misread this zone. It's actually downwards instead. This league, Harbinger rewards are bad because the best reward is Fracturing Orbs, and they're not very good this league because the league mechanic provides something comparable and better. So people aren't using Fracturing Orbs very much, and the supply outstrips demand. That's not going to be the case in the future. I think we'll go back to Fracturing Orbs being the main loot out of Harbinger. Yeah, the flat damage is good, my skin. Tumblr got me to check it out, and it was right. Especially in a context where your gems are behind in level, like they are here. Ruthless, with its less gem XP, means that I'm missing a bunch of flat damage that you would have in the base game. I don't know that I want that Scroll of Wisdom that much. You have access to the same gems as base game, except for supports. And, like, you can't buy gems. So anything that comes as a quest reward, though, you have, and you can mule characters if you want. Unresolved Anguish, we're definitely killing that. I'll show you what the Necropolis does on Ruthless, because it's a lot worse, put it that way. But they're still fine. I'm still going to want to do this. This thing is tanky, though. And I am not doing very much damage yet. Should probably use... this skill should do more damage. I'm out of mana. That's annoying. Okay. We're going to pull forward. Grab more monsters. So, that's creating a belt. I don't currently have a belt, so that's an upgrade. But... it's only a 1 mod item by default. So in order to get that, my skin, I would need to come across Holy Relic itself. Or I can throw blue gems into the Crangulator hoping to get it. I'm going to pick up Firewalker next. Sorin of Reaping, I have to have a quick look at those numbers. I think the hardest hitting skill in the game, though, is the Ice Nova of Frostbolts. Okay, well, there's Fairgraves. And there's our waypoint. What did I do with that? I've actually itemized it. Probably shouldn't itemize that. I'll go to the Necropolis, though, and I'll do this belt. And I'm going to get a life belt.
Welcome to my...
So, view Necropolis Morgue. We're going to plant this here and perform an exorcism, and this is going to be jewelry, creates a belt, and we're going to go a leather belt.
So that you
It'll be a 1 mod magic.
that holds them.
Oh, it's thorny. Yeah, it's still an upgrade. I think I prefer this. Anyways, I've committed now. True, but I've just taken the note on the passive tree for them as well. Yeah, maybe it would have been the better choice, but I've committed now. I've made my decision. I've locked it in. All jewelry is much rarer in Ruthless, so until you get quite late in the game, even a scoured or magic piece of jewelry, if it's a somewhat remotely usable base, it's got potential. Like, if you see a magic 2-stone ring, you're going to be picking that up sort of until about 4th lab, and then at that point you'll stop picking up magic 2 stones, but a rare 2-stone you'll be picking up a lot longer. This league a bit of an exception with with the item creation being so good. So 2 things we're looking for here, 2 objectives. The way forward and the special event for Fairgraves. It's actually a big point. What's the damage effectiveness on that skill, Meistigan? The Soul Rend of Reaping. I'm just going to tap the waypoint here, then go do the rest of this thing. Go backwards for it. Because I don't want to forget this. Damage effectiveness is... Yeah, so that's... Fireball plus 10% is the amount of... that's hitting for. That's less than Hex Blast with... like a Hex Blast setup, right? I feel like OG Hex Blast does 520 damage effectiveness with, like, assuming the monster's hexed. Hey, Dubbo! Welcome, welcome. That's a spell damage percent, so we'll skip it. I have a feeling Hex Blast is higher. Actually, Hex Blast can ignite on pretty much anything anyway. It has the ability to ignite it. It has override on that. Okay, that's actually pretty solid there. Oh, no, not really. Link's not very good early. Ruthless. There's also Spiral Soul Rend. I remember seeing someone running that quite effectively. It looked like it had some potential. And they certainly cleared a lot of content with it. It's Cast and Critical Strike setup. Alright, that's a brick in terms of drops. Fairgraves, however, is next. May drop us something, probably won't.
Friend.
Stuck my
I'll definitely get a skill point out of him. I think the best Ignite skill is Detonate Dead, classic version. Still. But then you're playing Dead, of course. Okay, what do we got here? Bricked. Actually worse than we had. Oh, the sacrifice version, yeah. Oh, you can actually get clarity in Ruthless. I didn't realize you could get clarity. I am going to take this. I'm not yet having mana issues, but I feel like I will at some point. I did not think you could get that there, but I've just gone and double, triple checked that it is Ruthless after that, and especially after getting an Elkin Act 1. It is. Okay. So we've currently got 47 and 17. Nothing there is worth grabbing. I'll just take that and vendor it. I'll come back to that in a sec. Just vendor all this rubbish that we're not going to use. I will vendor this for shards, I think. Oh, hang on, it's not shards, it's... If I ID it, I have a chance of getting elk shards off it. I'm not going to get elk shards off that. Oh well. I could use that. Blue-green. Not worth the bother. Alright, now let's have a look at these gems for Mavail to deal with her faster. I don't think there's anything here that I actually want. Oh yeah, VD has base damage, doesn't it? What is it doing? VD is 20 to 30 fire damage, but you got to have a corpse for it. Like, yeah, I'm not going to bother with that. I do want a level 12 spell though. Probably Scorching Ray is best here. I've got a little bit of fire investment already. Yep, Scorching Ray it is. I will use this. I will use this for now, and I'm not fussed about any of those later. All right. I may pick up these at some point just for the resistances, but for now I'm going to pick up the miscellaneous good stuff node. It's not amazing, but it is fine. And then I think we'll pull up through here to Cruel Prep and then the Heart of Flame cluster. Yeah, I'd agree with that. Once again, or can you get barracks yet? Any of the 3 barracks rings? They're also absolutely busted at this point. You get a feel for how much damage this is doing. Not much, but enough. It does scale up though. This reminds me of being in this zone. I had Nameless Seer in here at league start and was looking for barracks rings or Rigwald. I do not like this zone very much at all. It always outstays its welcome. Yes, Jim has been posting a lot of stuff. Good old Slippery Jim. I've been slack the last couple of weeks, posting anything. So if you've got a conspiracy theory about me and Jim being the same person, that would be some evidence that might back that up. Wow. 2 items to ID. Life and... Oh, rarity. Oh, rarity. Yeah, that goes straight on. Rarity busted stat in Ruthless, or at least it was last time I played Ruthless. I'm not actually sure that's still the case, but it was really strong. Oh, you're doing precursors. When are you going to do that? Because I was going to do a video on precursors soon. I might go first and I'll shout out that Jim is going to be doing a big turn-in of them. If you've got a planned time on that. Cool. Alright, maybe I'll do that tonight or tomorrow. I'll record it and post it quickly. Sort of light a fire under my ass by telling me that it's happening. Yeah, I'll shout out Jim if you're gonna do a big turn-in of them. Are you doing triple frenzy or triple power or something else? I haven't really followed the meta on those things. So that's all's power charge ring, all's frenzy charge ring, and then one of the other. And then one of the other ones, right? What's your third ring? Oh, okay, yeah. You're doing triples on both, yep. The limiting reagent is the ones that drop exclusively from all. And Mysigan's always rich. He can afford to buy them. There's a lot of people delving this league, though, because Ahuatotli is, like... I think it's still the case that Uber Maven has slightly better loot than Ahuatotli, but Ahuatotli is very close behind. Oh, yikes. Don't stand in fire. It's been my experience that the leagues that have been the most hyped beforehand have been a mixed bag. Like, the most hyped that I think the player base has been was Scourge. Granted, Scourge was actually very similar to Affliction, and it's sort of, I would have expected people who liked one to like the other, but that didn't seem to be the case once the league actually started. Tumblr, I think it'll take you, like, I think it'll take you 40% longer than leveling with a meta skill. I mean, Affliction was a tier 7 meta for a long time. The mana stacking skill for wands is terrible in the axe, though. Which is a pity. I wanted it to be good as a leveling skill, but it isn't. Fun thing about this fight, everyone always talks about up how you want cold resist for it. Everyone forgets just how much damage the fire explode squids do. Like, certainly if ever I die on this fight, it's to fire damage, not to cold. Oh, there we go. I died to fire damage. Sorry, to, yeah, fire damage in the fight. Because I was talking about that and distracted myself. Boss heals 40% on Ruthless when you die, which is always a fun mechanic. Actually makes the bosses much more interesting than they'd otherwise be. I think that should go into the base game as well. Oh, Goat Saw and Magic.
Was love that did this to you?
It's still positive, and in fact this one's got a worse implicit on it. So it's a strict upgrade. One stat I care about, one I don't.
Doresso gave me
It's kind of funny though to die on Mavail. That doesn't happen very often.
It's nice to see there's still some life in this twitching corpse of the continent.
I should probably spend these points. Yeah, so we're just going to path through to Cruel Preparation. Flame Wall is one of those really strong achiever skills. In general, it's like Flame Wall does a lot. Whatever you do with it. It's just a really high quality skill. Something that falls off by like day 3 of a league, so people forget that it exists. But it's really good in the early game. Speaking of which, it just +1 for me. This is me being silly. Actually, attacking this thing. No, I'm not going to bother with it. That is just ridiculous. That thing is so tanky.
When I'm ready, and not before.
You really notice at this point that Ruthless is very different to the base game. This is actually probably where it's most different. Early on when you are very weak compared to the content you're running. I've got 1 support gem drop total and I am using it, which is unusual. I have pretty much all magic items. I will make a magic weapon possibly. I don't know. Maybe I transmute this. I think that's what I do. So we get any extra damage on it. 5%. It's something. Alright, well I do this. Yeah, no, that's just all around useless to us. But, nah, it's just transmute shards. Oh well. Okay, there is a quest I can do in here. Not actually sure off the top of my head what it gives in Ruthless. I think it's magic versions of the usual items. As soon as I saw that new wand tumbler, I knew it was going to be rare. As soon as it was spoiled, I was like, yep, this is going to be chase rarity of some description. It's not only as an Uber Maven drop, it's the one genuinely rare Uber Maven drop. I decided to make Progenesis much more common than it used to be, and they put the wand in as the ultra rare item. But yeah, as soon as I saw that, I'm like, yep, that's exactly the sort of item that GGG do not allow to be remotely common. Because it obsoletes middle and... It obsoletes, like, rare items that are less than merit tier. It's basically like Starforge used to be, back when crafting was weaker. Yeah, I mean, the flask is the best item, is arguably... It's a solid... The flask is a solid contender for best item in the game. You know, whether you decide that the flask... Whether you agree with that or not, you would definitely agree it's at least in contention. If someone asks you to name the best item in the game, you're probably going to pick something else, but at least the flask will be in your radar. I don't think that wand gets obsoleted easily at all. Like, if you're using Sacred Wisps, you might be obsoleted by a merit tier weapon. It's probably never obsoleted if you're using it with Spellslinger. Although that's a different animal. Like, it would actually be best in slot with Spellslinger, but not like people are using Spellslinger much at the moment. And yeah, it's got the other use cases that are neither attack nor spell. It's like it's a really versatile item. It's just that it's a ridiculously good item for builds that don't exist at the moment. Yeah, I could see Ali Hitwonder using it. Alright, let's kill all the trash first, then we'll start trying to burn Creighton down. Alright, our damage is terrible now. Anyways, all clear.
Disappointing, really. I usually like rats.
Wait, oh yeah, I did get the Creighton's amulet. I was thinking I'd missed that thing. Okay. Now I could conceivably go do the side thing there. I'll give that some thought while I do the next zone. I don't think I've seen many people running KB or Fragment anymore. It's sometimes hard to know though, like, there's often overreactions to nerfs that are not skill killers.
When I'm ready. And
Yeah, there's... It's like Seismic Trap was hardly played one league when it was still one of the best skills in the game.
the air stinks of thaumaturgy. I could learn a thing or two here.
The other thing is that sometimes old versions of a skill don't work anymore, but new versions can after a nerf. And like something that was previously dismissed, yeah, that's too clunky. You don't need to do that. You can just play a simpler version of the skill. +1 explicit modifier. This is really good in Necropolis, in Ruthless. So, you want to collect these things, and then when you've got 5 of them, you can make a 6 mod amethyst string. Even low tier ones are worth having. Yeah, Tumblr, it is frustrating how, like, people don't... You get a lot of people who assert the skill is dead when they don't actually know that. They just think it is. Sometimes they're right, but that doesn't mean that they're always right. Yeah, give it a go, Meistigan. If you haven't played Ruthless, it's quite different. It's worth trying. I think the campaign is way more fun on Ruthless. Not that's a high bar to clear, because the campaign is not very fun in the base game. But like, I enjoy the campaign in Ruthless because you're not ruffle stomping everything all the time, the way that you would in base game. I want to see if it's good when you get to endgame, though. I'm genuinely unsure on that front. The most important thing, though, Meistigan, did you have fun on your HC run through? I tell you what I would absolutely love is a medium core setting where upon your character dying, it gets an 18-hour ban from the league. 18 hours meaning that the next day you can, like, if you're someone who plays at the same time every day, it's basically the end of your current day's play, but it doesn't stuff up your next day's. What I don't like with... The reason I don't play hardcore is that you have, like, this escalation of how cautious it's appropriate to be, rather than it just being a constant death penalty. I'm not a fan of that. You know, if your character's had 50 hours investment in it, it's appropriate to be more careful than it is early on when your character's had 30 minutes investment. That's the thing that stopped me from ever really going hard in hardcore. If they do a 1 week event this league that looks hardcore friendly, I will play hardcore in it. Yeah, Tatantiel's guides are fantastic if you want a tanky character. Vayflower, that is the Black Star's ring, which I don't think is available anymore. It's an MTX. It's an on-level up effect. Speaking of being on level up, I'd forgotten that I am actually eligible to take Cruel Prep, which is one of my favourite nodes early, especially in Ruthless. And that's a different mindset to Tumblr, that I think hardcore is more suited to you than it is to me, because of, if that's your mindset, then the mode is better for you than it is for me. And that's cool. That's a...
When I'm ready and not before.
See, when I re-roll a softcore character, I do tend to come back to them. Maybe just occasionally, like I'll at least within the same league. I'll usually keep the character intact in a somewhat playable state, even if I steal a couple of items off them. I'm killing this Onyx Limp guy. He's just annoying me. I'm at 31 at the moment, challenges. I've got a bunch that I could do very easily as well. Like, there's the challenge to do an Exalt Shard, for instance. Exalt Shard recipe, I haven't done that yet. There's a few other Nif-Naf and trivia, a few that involve doing, that probably require a bosser. I might need a bosser to do some of the T17 ones. So maybe I'll re-roll a character into a bosser. Maybe I'll just make it. Maybe I'll make a boss killer. I've been thinking of doing that, but then I sort of just got sidetracked in the last week or so. You ever get in that state where you've got build decision paralysis? You're like, oh, I probably want to do some sort of trapper. Do I want to do a trickster? Do I want to do a saboteur? Do I want to do something else entirely? You know, go real hipster. And I'm still at that. I haven't yet decided which of them to play. If I do decide to level a character. Obviously, you can change from Sabo into trickster and vice versa. But I could do an ascendant of some sort. And ultimately, coming over to Ruthless was something that it was on my radar to do this league. So this is my alternative. If I wasn't playing Ruthless right now, I would be leveling a character, a Hex Blast Mines character. Would be the alternate thing. Like, when I was deciding this morning, which do I want to do, I was like, okay, I'll do one of those two, and then I'm like, nah, Ruthless seems more interesting right now. Okay, you are actually not really all that face tankable. Maybe you are. Alright, there you go. Okay, Baleful Gem. Baleful Gem do 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 do. Baleful Gem do 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 do. And now we shall jump back to town. I still have a thing to do over on the right hand side as well. I've got the lab trial. Okay. I'm never going to use that. I'm never going to use that. I would use that in the short term. I'm never going to use that.
I gave piety led us. Go.
I have
Yes?
It's a full transmute there. Well, makes up a full transmute. It was half of one plus what I already had. Yeah, let's go get the lab trial out the way while it's still XP. Now, one thing I do want to know. 116. I don't actually feel that much. I'll have a look at the I'll have a look at the numbers on this. So, alright. Fireball currently is dealing... Do we not have a... Oh, there we are. And... Yeah, it's an extra 75% DPS while it's up. I'm definitely using it. But it's not sustainable. Also don't necessarily need it for small enemies. What's your favourite type of Hex Blast miner, Mustigan? If I do decide to go down that route. Or actually, no. Let's be more open with than that. Boss killing specialist glass cannon characters. I don't mind whether it's a trapper, a miner, or something else. Ice Trap, I think, is the most degenerate of them, isn't it? Yeah, that's the most damage you can get. The thing is that if you were to go with the Hex Blast, you also become a very good Sanctum character as well. Like you're the best at the Sanctum, or at least strong contender for best character for Sanctum, and also very strong for bossing, for boss specialist. Oh yeah, that's a good idea as well, Layflower. The Black Sun Zenith runs, yeah. Yeah, I mean, as long as you're good at the Lycia fight, you pretty much can't die in Sanctum. I mean, it's possible to die in the Sanctum, but normally you would resolve die before you hit point die. Scott Sterling, no, there hasn't been an announcement of when the next league's coming out. So based on, like, I can't see the next league being any earlier than being any earlier than 21 days from Saturday to come. So today's Tuesday, isn't it? So 25 days is the earliest it could be, but it's probably more than that. So yeah, I think, like, what is that? That's the 29th, I think, is the earliest it could possibly be, but I don't think it'll be then. I think July is the most likely time for it. And later, yeah, later more likely than early. It really depends, though, on how PoE 2 is going. I think anything that delays, any delays that are caused by PoE 2 will cause PoE 1 to have delays. I feel like if PoE 2 is is going swimmingly and is ahead of schedule, then in that case we'll see. We'll see it really early. Like then we'll see it on the 29th of this month. I don't expect that though, because I'll bounce resources onto PoE 2 if they need to. It'll be their higher priority at the moment.
When I'm ready, and not before.
I think the beta invite program will be similar to what they did with 3.0, where people who had a high lifetime spend will be in the first wave. Second wave will be people with a medium lifetime spend. Third wave will be people who've ever spent a cent on the game. And fourth wave will be much more wide. Like, it'd be much more wide then. Okay, that's everything on the right-hand side done. Let's grab our really important passive for now. Yeah, like that's a whole bunch of life. Especially in Ruthless, that is so good. I think that I think what it was either you had the most recent $480 pack or $500 lifetime was high. And I feel like it was the most recent 160 or 200 ever was medium, and then spending a cent on the game. I think that's what it was. But so if you've got a Valdo map submission, I would assume that gets you into the first wave. Probably if you have any equivalent pack from previous years. But I think that's how they did it in then. But then again, like that's years ago. Even though the main leading figures of PathOfExile are still the same, there's been a whole bunch even of management turnover since then, so they might well be different. Yeah, but honestly, if you're in the first wave, like what they did with the 3.0 beta, they had a wipe from memory, so. The first incarnation had acts 1 to 7. Then from act 7, what did they do with maps? You just had to level up to 68, or you had to go into tier 1 maps early. So you could play through acts 1 to 7. Then you jumped up to maps, and there were a couple of big bugs early on from memory. Decay support was completely broken, completely and utterly broken. Early on, and then after that, they did their reset, and then it was acts 1 to 8, and that was the main beta. That was when most people were in. But the period where the people who were high spenders only were in, we were told in advance there is going to be a wipe. Your character is going to be deleted at some point in progression of this beta, and. No, they're definitely going to have endgame in beta. It's not a functioning beta if they don't have the endgame. They want to test the economy, stress test the economy as well. Like, you can't do that without endgame. There might be parts of endgame that are not in it. Like, for instance, if they were to do it now, they might not have Uber Pinnacles in it. If it was for PoE 1, they might not have Uber Pinnacles. They might not have T17s. Now, I don't think I can jump this, can I? No, quick step does not close gaps. I hate this zone when you can't close gaps.
When I'm ready, and not before.
You see I'm using Arcane Cloak as a damage cooldown here. For when there's something that justifies it. Just because I happened to get that... Oh, well, I wasn't I happened to get the gem. It's available. I used it then, and then I got hit twice and ended up losing it before getting more than 2 fireballs off with it. But that's alright. That's a flask upgrade, I think. No, I've got 2 of them already. Oh well. I could 3 for 1. I could 3 for 1 the large life flasks. I'll give that some thought. I don't really need to run 3 long term. But I don't have another utility one. Yeah, D4's beta though. I'm glad they ran it because it was enough for me to decide this game is not worth playing. So D4's beta was was sufficient for me to decide I'm not buying the game. I don't think 50 elks in Ruthless is all that hard. Having 50 elks drop yourself is going to take a while. Hey, Rebos! Welcome, welcome. But like, they are rare, but they're not ridiculously rare or anything. It's still the case that they're still what are they? Only I think 4 times as rare as transmutes. And yeah, you can sell items for elks to other players. Like, there is a trade league economy in Ruthless. It's slow, and elks are the main currency of it. Yeah, I've been meaning to check out Ruthless this league since the Scarab overhaul. One of my main criticisms of Ruthless the last time I played it, which I think was 321, maybe 320, was that it was a lot of fun up to level 75, but once you get to 75, you just don't have that much to do. Maps all feel the same as each other, feel empty. I'm kind of expecting that the Scarab overhaul might change that. But I'm also not so sure that I'm going to recommend Ruthless yet. Hey, Trinat, thank you for the sub. Yeah, you can trade in Ruthless. Like, it works the same as any other trade league, just that there's not many people to trade with. In that sense, it's kind of like hardcore. Like hardcore trade, except hardcore has more players than Ruthless does as well. Oh, you got to check out how bad the beast recipes are in Ruthless too. I got a bit of a laugh. Yeah, if you want to laugh, look it up yourself right now. Otherwise, I'll tell you once I'm out of trouble here. I am killing this thing. Just. Oh, Shatter Shards. Yeah, I hadn't thought of that. Okay, there's our beast dead. We got a chromatic out of that. But that's it. Ruthless vendor recipes are really weak in general. Although there's a couple that are problem solvers. Like the 3 support gems for 1. 3 for 1 support gem recipe is in it. I think the Black Morrigan... I feel like most of the Black Morrigan options are in at full strength, but some of them are not. I don't think the 6-link one is. I think it's missing. But most of the rest are in at full strength, I think. My character is a beast. Yeah, it really isn't. But I probably would be on the ninja. There's another corpse. It's 3 of those. Now I gotta find the waypoint before we go anywhere further. I feel like the role I see Ruthless playing, it's all good things about solo self-found without things I don't like about solo self-found. Like, the whole idea of items that drop are exciting, that you have in SSF, you also get in Ruthless. I am going to be helping Alira. Oh, another one of these. So we're starting to get a bunch of corpses. We now got 2+1 explicit mods. So we can make it 3 mod rare, which we're not going to do. Alright, this is going to be rough. I've been pretty busy IRL lately. Something I've been considering is getting... Like, while PoE's been really dead lately, I've been considering getting... just doing the certification for doing... what do you call it? Construction traffic works stuff. Like, just something that I could do that's a job you can pick up shifts when when PathOfExile's dead. So I've been toying with that, but I haven't pulled the trigger on it. I've just been busy with random other stuff lately. That's right, it still has the lock. Yeah, I didn't think it had the split. Although split, to be honest... Oh yeah, no, split would be just used on 6 links, wouldn't it? Alrighty, here we go. The DPS race. I don't know if I'm going to win this. Like, I've got burst damage from Arcane Cloak, but that's not sustainable at all. It may be that he out-regens me. If that's the case, then we're going to have some trouble with this fight. But we'll find that out now. Ruthless Oak is always a little bit... Not really a brick wall. Like, what's something that's softer than brick? Maybe a mud wall or something. Like, he's a barrier. Let's put it that way. He's not necessarily a brick wall, though. Okay, we've got the damage for him. Actually, that was much easier than I expected there. Like, I was expecting to have a long fight there. You know, I'm on a 1 link, except for a damage projection link on the fireball. But my damage skills are on a 1 link. I guess it's just the fact that I can have multiple skills doing damage at once was sufficient. Okay, we're looking for this last exit. We'll take the wisdom. Yeah, 6-link Omen exists, and honestly, like, people who are obsessed with Ruthless do get 6 links in it. It's kind of like early PathOfExile, like 1.1, 1.0 era, where people... A 6-link was a sign you were obsessed with the game, unless you got very lucky. But it was not a sign that you were like extremely over the top obsessed. I'm trying to think of an equivalent in this league. Like, it's kind of like getting a It's a bit less than getting a Mage Blood in trade, I would say, to get a 6-link in Ruthless. Maybe it's like getting 3 Apothecaries in trade. That's my understanding of it. Should have actually checked that before coming in here. Pay more attention to the mods. Alright, Alira's the same side, isn't she, as the waypoint? In Ruthless, pseudo links don't exist in Ruthless. Like, yes, they can technically exist, but in practice they don't. Maybe a bit different this league where you can get a fractured. Actually, I don't even know if the corpses for Shaper Influence and that exist in this. Hello, Alira. You're here to give me some resists, aren't you? Thank you. Mechanics of Ruthless are that player drops are much lower. I think, I'm not sure I'm right on this, but I think you get 75% reduced quantity, 75% reduced rarity, then 50% less currency, and a bunch of other things are rebalanced. So you actually get more map drops than you would normally get. The other things that are significant, support gems are quite rare. Support gems are, well, they're drop weight 30,000, so I think they're balanced to drop about as often from monsters, maybe about half as often from monsters as they do in the base game, but they are, when you get one, you can't really easily convert it into something else. That's why I'm using Volley at the moment, is because it's literally the only support gem I've had drop. So support gems are basically loot. Currency is much rarer, and dying to an act boss, the boss recovers 40% of its health. What else is there that's significant? There's a bunch of changes at endgame that don't come up until you're in endgame. And, oh yeah, auras are extremely rare. Magic Find is broken in Ruthless. I do have a rarity item at the moment, but at least, well, actually that's out of date info. And yeah, no movement skills except for Quick Step, which is just an ultra bad version of Dash. You still want to use Quick Step though. You get that from killing Hillock in Ruthless. You can't buy things from vendors. That's right, Ascendancies are nerfed and there's no Pantheon. So essentially it's a hard mode, but it is, in my opinion, it adds more difficulty than the... it adds less difficulty than the hardcore rule set, but adds more than the solo self-found rule set. Zeta, we were just chatting about that before. My intuition is that it's going to come down to the progress that's being made on PoE 2 at the moment. If PoE 2 is ahead, then we might see the next league in 25 days. If that's the case, we'll get an announcement on Thursday American time, Friday New Zealand time. I don't think that's likely, but it's possible. I've got to go and get my skill point after this. Oh, sorry. I'll wait till Zeta gets back. A banana is me. You'll hate this, but I had an Exalt drop in Ruthless with gold, and I only played that to Act 7 because that was a pretty bricked event. Yeah, sorry about that, Zeta. I hate the way that Twitch has changed the way ads work. Essentially, they punish creators that don't run them with like flooding it with ads when people join your stream. So you kind of have to put them on automatic, even though people hate that. And then at the same time as that, you've got the... like, when they're on automatic, you don't have any agency over them, obviously. So it's, yeah. Anyways, where was I with that? What else is there that's... I'm trying to remember what you were asking, sorry. So Meistigan MF is really powerful because the, like, it's just much more powerful. Like, it's... I think it's an increased... I think it's an increase to loot. Like, I think it's a decrease. I think you have 75% decreased quantity. I'm not sure of that, but that's what I think it is. Okay, so Zeta was asking 325. I think the most likely time is July, but I'm not willing to rule out the 29th of June yet. We can say it is definitely not the 29th of June if they don't give us the name of the expansion this week. So if we reach the weekend and they haven't provided that info, then it's not going to be the 29th. And then that means that the 6th of July is the first date it could realistically be. And I'm giving you the Saturday because I'm Australian. So go back a day on that if you're in a place in the world where the league start is in the afternoon or evening. So 400% increased rarity. I think this is actually very strong in Ruthless, because I believe that you're at 75% decreased. And if I'm right on that, then this is going to put you at... Oh, hang on, no. This is a monster rarity increase. Forget I said that. That's a monster rarity, not a player rarity. But yeah, it feels like player magic find stat as a stat is extremely strong, like much more strong than you would intuitively expect in Ruthless. That's my feel, and I could be wrong. Keep in mind, I haven't played the mode a lot. Yeah, except that you still have the different drop pool table. So, for instance, in the base game, amulets are drop weight 62,000. In Ruthless, they're 15,000. So that gives you a bit of a sense that certain item slots, once you get an item, the decision as to what slot that item goes into is very different in Ruthless. And that's why I haven't had an amulet or a ring or even a belt drop yet. I have a belt, but that's come from the Necropolis mechanic. And my other slots are empty. My other jewelry slots are all empty at the moment. I think most people who play Ruthless more than me, like, they'll typically have all their jewelry by Act 5, but it'll be bad. Like, you'll just have something in every slot, because the implicits are still better than having nothing at all. And you won't start getting good stuff in those slots for a while. Keep in mind that Magic Find quantity gear is very rare because quantity gear is all uniques. And like, whilst I have had one unique drop, that's not the norm. I don't think the Prohibited Library is that interested in Ruthless in general. I feel like there's a few content creators that like Ruthless, like myself, but that it tends to do badly. So any content about it does badly. So for that reason, people don't really do videos if they're interested in it. And then that creates this atmosphere where it looks like absolutely no one is playing it. And it's not like many people play Ruthless, but it is a fun mode, at least early on. Let's reserve judgment until the endgame, because I haven't tried it since the Scarab overhaul. I do think the Scarab overhaul is going to be a huge improvement, though, because those maps are empty. Ruthless has a nerfed version of the Atlas. That, I think, is the thing that we didn't mention earlier when someone was asking, what is Ruthless? The Atlas is nerfed a lot. Also, mechanics don't provide much loot except their own exclusive loot. So, for instance, in Heist, you won't get random jewelry chests that drop lots and lots of good jewelry. Instead, you'll get Heist exclusive drops, and that'll be most of the stuff you get out of Heist. Lin and Kite Shield could be quite good, actually.
Too much clutter.
Yeah, League mechanics are very stingy in Ruthless. It's a Small Life Flask doing. I don't want it. Like, the game is very tight on them. 35 and 8. What do we got currently? Yeah, this is an upgrade. So let's mess around with these things so we can pick up this helmet. Except we need the... Oh, no, we don't need the green to be in there. We can go Scorching Ray there, Rolling Magma there. We're actually going to transmute this. It can't get worse. Oh, that got quite a bit better. So that's quite nice. Picked up some life on that, flat life on that. Hey, Sego, good. Yeah, you will really notice, Ruthless, like, the game is designed to feel stingy. And Banana is me is correct, yeah. You want to block mechanics that aren't the ones you're investing in. That is definitely correct. And there's a lot of a feel of you make do with what you get early on, which is something that for some people this is a good thing, for some people it's not. You can just make up your own mind whether that's a positive or not for you. I think I want this over the offhand, don't I? How much damage am I losing by dropping that, I wonder? Only about 15%. Yeah, I think I go with Parandus Crest. It's... Now that I got the dex for it, it is just better than what we've got. And I'm not going to use this shield. I'd forgotten I had the Crest of Parandus. Okay, I will also have a look, see... What's our flask situation? Yeah, I think I do this 3 for 1. Leaving me with an empty slot, but I can live with that. I suspect it's something like that. But I don't know for sure. I'm not sure I'm right. Oh, wow, okay. Or do I take the heavy belt? I think I take the perfect implicit leather belt. Like, that's unfortunate, but it's still better than what we had.
Piety. Go with
You'll notice that was magic, whereas in the base game that would have been rare. No, it would have been a gem, actually. It would have been a reservation gem that I got there. So reservation percent gems are extremely rare in Ruthless. They are like...
That would just make life complicated.
They're not at the level of Empower in the base game, but they're not much more common either than like Empower is in the base game. Okay, we are now good to go to the wetlands. Should probably have checked the All Flame first, but eh. Oh, quantity. 2 lots of quantity. Okay, we're going to clear a lot of stuff in here. That's like really good. Something I really like since encountering Alira, there's another belt. Like, it's frustrating to get like all of the accessories. Oh, okay. I was gonna say all the accessories I've got have been for 1 slot. Amber Amulet, that is getting transmuted and worn. Hang on, it's got an auto equipped. Actually, I chance it. Yes, I can take a chance on that. All right, didn't get anything better, but that's fine. Still right with it. Quartz Wand is cold damage. It's not enough more. It's not much more. It's still going to be ahead. It's still going to come out ahead with it. It's still an upgrade. Yeah, T0 uniques would be... there would not be many of them. That said, they're going to exist. So, like, it seems like, especially with the changes they made this league, where they made direct drops of T0s 2.5 times as common as they used to be, I suspect that this means that 1 in 40,000 uniques that drop are T0. Or, sorry, is a specific T0, so Mage Blood. I'm not sure that number's exactly right, but I think it's within a factor of 2 of correct. Yeah, some of them can be omened, that's correct. I was forgetting you can deterministically chance some of them, like so something like Soul Taker you can deterministically get. I think Beano's is also deterministic. But if it is 1 in 40,000, then I don't know. I feel like you get... My recollection is that you get about 1 unique every 5 maps in Ruthless, maybe 1 every 10. So there'll be a few for every 1,000,000 maps that get run. I don't really have a sense as to how many people are running serious at endgame in Ruthless, though. I think they'd exist. Also, Ruthless has its own challenges as well. So let's have a look at the challenges for Ruthless. And reach level 90, which is much more of a big deal in Ruthless than it is base game. There's a free one. Not free, because you get a Magistrate Haunted mod. But this is the equivalent of not Aramor's Apex, but the easier version of Aramor's Apex in the base challenges. Skittering Scarabs is... So Scarabs are... This is basically equivalent to looting 900 maps, because Scarabs are 6 times as rare as maps. Socket 4 Voidstones. And then there's... I think this one is free. Tier rating is not common, but not that rare. Yeah, I think this one is free. Profitable plots, like once you're in endgame. Infused Invaders is 4 mods. Like, that's probably going to take you 50 red maps. Inhabiting Imperials is the equivalent of Aramor's Apex, and it's about as hard as Aramor's Apex is in trade. 40% quantity is no joke in Ruthless. That pretty much has to be Guardian maps. So this is not easy, this one. Harrowing Horizons is, yeah, probably the hardest. Was the tier 17s one your last one? A banana? Ah, there's another life flask. Perfect. I was hoping to get that. Boots. Come on, come on, come on. You know what we want to see. Well, we didn't see it. 32 and 8. It's still an upgrade, though. What's the tier... Like, how rare are tier 17s in this? Are they still 0.4%... Sorry, yeah, 0.4% per Voidstone Yeah, so there you go. Like, that's... Maps have a higher drop rate in Ruthless to make up for the fact that you just get flat less loot. So it's like maps are scarcer, but they're not ridiculously rare. I figured that, like... I should use this on boots. If I hit move speed, I'm happy. Nah. They just bricked. Which is fine. Oh, of course, I was forgetting, yeah, Bold Undertakings exists, that's right. That's, yeah, one of the nodes on the Atlas that's Ruthless only. I think this Corruption Chamber is there, like, it's just there as something interesting and new to discover, but in Ruthless it's probably a bit more useful. Probably the min-max thing to do is to save it and bring a map to it later. I mean, the chance of getting a 6 mod rare is still... You know, it's only 1 in 4 to get a 6 mod rare. And you're not losing anything if you just throw a scoured item into it. Oh, that's right. I was forgetting about that. Yeah, of course they changed the... That was a change in the patch notes I forgot about. Vaal orbs are just not as tight as they used to be. Because Vaals are 4 times rarer than Elks, but you used to need them on... You used to have the same Atlas mechanics. So you kind of had to use scouting reports, which are really rare in Ruthless, or just Kirak missions over time. It's got Unresolved Anguish. It's just quality. Oh, got rare gloves. Probably not what I want, but I'll take them. It's got rarity on it. I already had rarity, but I think... Yeah, the strength makes them better than what I have, so... I'm going to equip them. Just a pity that both my rarity items are in the same slot. So you can play that fine with regular poisonous concoction, can't you? So be aware before you do that. Just research the differences in flasks. I know instilling orbs don't exist, so... Flask enchants full stop don't exist in Ruthless, do they? Now, Banana will know for sure. I feel like they don't exist at all, so just be aware of that. You're also not going to get Taste of Hate unless it's a miracle. Yeah, but if you're going Pathfinder, though... Like, Pathfinder, a lot of its character power does come from Flask enchants anyway. Oh, you can enchant with... You can instill. Okay. Yeah, instilling orbs exist. It's enkindling that don't. Okay, Grand Life Flask is an upgrade. Grand Mana is an upgrade. Okay, Grand Mana goes on. Grand Life goes on. Greater gets kept to 3 for 1 potentially. Yeah, good luck getting Divination Distillate or a linked Greed's Embrace. And when I say linked, it's like it's not even trivial necessarily to get. I mean, you'll get a 4 link eventually, but it will take a little while to get a 4 link Greed's Embrace even. Yeah, that's right. You're oh, hang on. No. Divination Distillate is a bit of a different animal, though. Divination Distillate isn't a utility flask, because utility flasks don't gain charges while they're in effect in Ruthless. So they basically have the downsides of an Enkindling Flask without the upsides normally. Flasks are nerfed a bit in this, and also Quicksilver Flasks are much shorter duration. Pathfinder Ascendancy is different as well, and I'm not sure how. Like, every Ascendancy is meant to be about 3/4 power in Ruthless. they don't always get that right. I would just check what I would just check the abilities that the Ascendancy has in Ruthless. Just make sure that it still works for you.
When I'm ready, and not before.
Zones like this are some of the worst in Ruthless, honestly. Just because there's so much ground to traverse. So not having Quicksilver Flasks reliable, the nerfed Quicksilver Flasks and the nerfed movement skills feel really bad in a zone like this. This is another Life Flask upgrade, which will definitely equip that straight away, use that there, and then we'll 3-for-1 those into a... Oh, now obsolete by 1. Grab that too. Ah, okay, that would make sense that they'd have that. So that just becomes a Pathfinder ability rather than baseline. Ooh, that could be alright, actually. Unique heist contracts, are they common in... Are they relatively common in this? Because that craft is really common in base game. Mostly because you have so much access to heist bosses if you want them. Fun fact, the Nashta heist is really good XP if you can, if you never die in it. It's not up on par with the crazy scarab thing, though. Cooldown, no. No, they're just their base.
Return. Fare you well.
I do.
Okay, what do we got here? That's trash. So, just for the base stats alone, this is an upgrade. Clarity... Quick step can go in there, and this has like all the stats on it are bad, but it has lots of stats, so we're definitely using it. You'll notice this item is selling for an elk shard, and elk shards are loot in Ruthless. The reason for that is 8% rarity of items found. That mod is that mod sells for it. Oh, fire damage and accuracy. Yeah, that's an upgrade over that. Even the implicit's better. And those are unlinked, so that's alright. Let's just grab... Have greater life flasks, and we'll equip this. Swap over these gems. 3-for-1 those flasks, which does still work. I had to check that. I actually wasn't sure if it did or not. And that goes there. Yeah, Nashta Heist is rippy. It's rippy, but it is it is a lot of XP. Agree, you probably don't want to do it in hardcore because doing the boss is important to getting out fast.
There's one farewell.
Which is what you want to do if you're there for XP. You actually do want to do the boss. It's the Abyss Liches that give the craft for that, isn't it? The Stygian one. We got a whole bunch of fire damage to add on at the moment. Let's do that as soon as this fight clears up. Okay, we'll go the hit base side first, because we're going to keep the hit base side. Yeah, those bosses don't mess around either. Those bosses actually put up quite a fight. Chance orbs work the same as base game, I believe. So, like, 1 in 350 or so to give you a unique if there's... basically, like a mythic orb, but like 150 to 170 times worse. Just be aware that Scouring Orbs are extremely rare in this as well. In Ruthless. Like, you pretty much won't have Scouring Orbs. And there's a bunch of mechanics that use them better than Chance Orbs do. So, the thing you want to use your Scouring Orbs on Delve Crafts. And yeah, they're used for vendors. They're used for a bunch of vendor things. Like, it's 1-for-1 Chance Orb to Orb of Unmaking. That's one of the important changes they made. That is like where something is stronger than the base game for a very good reason. They want you to have access to Orbs of Unmaking in Ruthless. I mean, there's still Orbs of Unmaking are still rarer than they are base game, but they're not. It's not much difference. Yeah, buying maps, you use... What is Kirak sell maps for in this again? There's a reminder to test my posture out a little. Stretch. Thank you for the reminder, Richie. Something else you'll need to know about this, if you weren't already aware of this, if you're going into Ruthless, divination cards do not exist at all. I might stream more Ruthless. Yeah, I was looking for something different to stream. I think a lot of people are just curious what Ruthless is, because it's something that gets less talked about than the other two hard modes. Because I feel it initially released maybe a little earlier than it should have. Who knows, maybe I'll do a silly long one tonight. It seems like there's a bit of interest in it currently, so... The fact that I did something I should have done ages ago, I just rearranged some crap under my desk so that I was much more comfortable, is, like, I'm very glad I did that. I should have done that ages ago. All it took was just getting my old PC and removing it from where it was so that there was more space. But my foot is now in a much more comfortable position than it was. So something you will notice really strikingly as we push into Act 3. So we're currently in monster level 23 areas. I'm 25, but my gems are way behind. So this gem it requires level 20. It's not that far behind, but it's going to fall behind. Scorching Ray requires 19, Rolling Magma, Fireball. They're all 19 and 20. These gems are going to fall way behind currently. Oh, lol, Hammett. So when your gems fall behind, your damage falls really badly as well. A couple of things you can do. You can just farm more monster kills. You can grind the highest available labyrinth to you, which is something that wasn't an option when I last played Ruthless. Or you can swap to a level 28 gem when they become available, because they will be so much better. When they come online, they are so much better than what you've got before. He's doing Rockfall, everyone dies. I must have a lot more lightning resist than I thought. I didn't intend to get hit by the first one of them, but I did. And, yeah, it did a lot less damage than I was expecting it to. Oh, slam. You get out of that. Once more in Ruthless, if you get killed by a boss, the boss heals a lot. So you have to pay attention to their mechanics. It's not an option to just throw six, well, not 6 portals, but you know what I mean. If you're not certain you're going to survive an ability, you do not tank it in Ruthless. Alright, when it comes back up, probably all we'll need to do is pop Arcane Cloak and kill it in 3 or 4 hits. Or 1. Yeah, you want to play bosses like it's hardcore.
Pity. I think we could have been friends.
A Banana is me is correct, yeah. Gem quality is, because GCPs are only 8 times as common as Divine Orbs in the base game. But that doesn't matter, because there's a lot of other ways to get quality gems. Whereas in this version, you can't just go into a heist and expect to walk out with, like from a gem chest, get 10 GCPs. That doesn't happen. You're not going to get 20 quality gems dropping left, right, and center at endgame. So, yeah, you are going to be using the Labyrinth for quality gems. Unless, what's a GCP worth in trade? Like a couple elks? I was expecting GCPs to become the currency of big trades in Ruthless. I was wrong on that, but that was what I expected. Yeah, and dying is going to be more common than in the base game as well, because your gear is just going to be much worse. No bench crafts is another big difference. There is just flat out no bench crafting. I was expecting them to have low tier bench crafts in Ruthless when they first announced it, but nothing at all. Yeah, when I last paid attention to Ruthless, lab wasn't a thing. Wasn't what it is now. It was the old lab system with enchants. So nowadays, I think, yeah, GCPs are... you can substitute grind for them, so unless you're rich, you don't want to apply them to a gem. What character level would you be when you hit level 20 on your primary skill gems, Banana? I haven't hit 20 on skill gems in Ruthless yet. So like 88, 89 sort of thing. So that's actually pretty similar to base game. Or maybe a 92 in base game if you haven't died.
When I'm ready and not before.
Yeah, I'm not interested in picking up 19 quality gems. Like, I would pick up meta 16 quality gems if, and then GCP them to 20 myself if Neversync supported that. But without Neversync supporting it, I don't bother. If I think that I'm likely to want the items for my own use, then I'll make an exception. Like, if, for instance, if I'm expecting to do a bunch of the vendor recipe for +1 fire gems, then in that case I'll pick up quality gems. Heist, yeah, Heist makes sense. Again, that's just for the quality gems. But Heist drops a lot of GCPs if you're opening gem chests. Detroit, at the moment I am still using Fireball. And, well, being that this is Ruthless, I don't have much choice. I'm currently using Flame Wall Fireball. Fireball is luckily I had a volley drop, so I've got some support on it. And I have Arcane Cloak for burst damage. I don't stash after every contract, Tumblr. Yeah, I feel like this has been a solid start. I had a stupid death on a Veil, but that was just not paying enough attention. I had a Piranda's Crest drop, which is kind of cool. Like, if I'm going to get one unique so far, I'm quite happy to have a good one. And Heart of Flame is a nice node. It will stay good when I swap to being Ignite focused too. The penetration aspect becomes dead, but 30% is enough flat damage that it's still a good node. Now, there is a Labyrinth Trial in this zone as well. I was forgetting that for a second then. Always embarrassing to have to come back here because you forget that it exists. But yeah, it is kind of funny making do with weird stuff like Arcane Cloak as a DPS boost. Is that my 4th Orb of Chance? Yeah, that's 4 because I used one on the amulet that I got. It's like, oh yeah. If that had gone rare, then it might have been something good enough to use for the entire campaign. Because amulets are the rarest gear slot to have a drop in. Ah, of course we'll loot that. Life? Yeah, I just prefer the slots I've got currently. Something odd though, I've had exactly 0 Orbs of Augmentation drop so far. I've had an Elk, I've had 4 Chance Orbs. I'm quite happy with this setup, but I wouldn't mind an Augmentation or 2. Yeah, augments will do that in Ruthless. Although you've gotten a lot further than I ever have in Ruthless, so...
Work in progress. Let's see if Rayclast has been good to you, witch.
Trust your talent, witch! Trust your talent, witch!
Piety is quite funny when you're fighting her on a witch. Like, she sees herself in you, I think. So she doesn't treat you as an enemy here, as more as a rival she's got to deal with, but actually genuinely respects. Whereas she has absolute contempt if you're on a marauder. I think she just calls you slave.
On the night of 1,000 ribbons, our
Yeah, Robos, that's my expectation as well. But like I said, I haven't gotten to since the Scarab overhaul. I haven't gotten to maps. Oh, this is the first I've played Ruthless this league. I definitely had high expectations, even from patch notes day. I was like, oh yeah, this looks like it could be a really good Ruthless league. But it's part of the nature of being a content creator is that you have to pay attention to the most popular setups, even if you'd rather play something else yourself.
allow your wisdom to be tempered.
Yeah, I've seen some absolutely bonkers stuff. Like, I have seen some gear in Ruthless this league that I look at and go, there were leagues in 3.x era that this would have been mirror tier item. This would have been a mirror tier item in various leagues. And you're like, wow, that's crazy. And that's in Ruthless. Now, I just realized, I think I have skill points that I forgot to pick up early. I think I forgot to pick up the Act 1 skill points. No. Careful. Don't misclick these. Flammability is what we're taking from here for sure. I don't think I can level it. I can't level it at the moment, but that's alright. We can...
Go with courage.
The town don't do anything
let's just go do some vendoring, and then we'll have a look at what we can do Gravecraft-wise as well. So... yeah, you're not very good. You're not very good. And you're not good enough either.
Don't do anything I would.
Alright, Act 1. I think I've got some, as I said, I think I've got some points to pick up here.
Damn me. Stay sharp out there.
Quite a straight there.
I thought you...
Just the one. Okay. Was there anything useful here for now? Yeah, regen. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, 65 regen. I knew there was something good here. Like, hello, Vitality Aura for free? Is Piety hits on the duelist, does she? I hadn't paid attention to that.
You have traveled far. Humanity
Yeah, 3 trees actually. I hadn't thought of that with Ruthless, but 3 trees in Ruthless is
Keep your life to your
a really good idea as well. Oh, it's something really good. I need a quick AFK. I've just got to go get myself some caffeine. I won't be too long. I'll get one of those stupid ads out of the way while I do it. So sorry about that ad blast, but I'll be AFK 3. Alrighty, I'm back a bit earlier than I thought. One sec. Still on this stupid ad. Let's just go to Act 3. I'm just waiting out the ads. If anyone's able to hear this still, then I'll respond to Banana's comments there. I won't go any further for now. Yeah, I'll just wait out here till those. I put it on the ads for too long. Alright, I think... Oh, no, we're still not done. Okay, shouldn't be too long. Yeah. Just go and do the really dull part of this. And then by the time that the ads finish, we should be at the sewers. Yeah, cool. Okay, those stupid ads are over. Yeah, so on the stuff, I did see that private league. I'd clean forgotten it was on. No, I just went and got some soft drink. Kind of feeling bloated from a large lunch, so I'll not have anything to eat for a bit. Might have a small thing later on. Honestly, might just have cold meat for dinner. Maybe some veggies. Depends how long I feel like streaming, honestly. What are we now? 7 PM. If I'm still streaming at midnight, then I'll probably want to get something more substantial by then. Yeah, that private league with the limits on Ruthless, like I felt like that seemed like a really interesting thing to catch the original spirit of Ruthless, because Gravecrafts are going to be so strong. But I am also keen to see what it feels like with the brokenness of Gravecrafting. Arcane Cloak just feels so strong at the moment. In this world where I don't have anything other than it for damage on Fireball. Oh, and Flame Wall. Flame Wall does a fair bit of damage, but... Alright, this thing's got endurance charges on hit and leeches life. I think it's going to be horrible at the moment. It's a bit better with my ability to strip its fire res, because it's going to have extreme fire res. Yeah, 3 endurance charges gives it an extreme amount of fire resistance, but we'll strip that away and they'll still die. We'll get a level 28 gem soon, and that will be a big boost in damage. Even if it's not ideal, like it'll probably end up being Flamethrower Trap. I think I get that. That's our first falling drop. It's not useful at all, but it's just keen to see they do exist here. Do not worry, little beast. We are friends now. Tarnished Spirit Shield will require a miracle to be usable, but miracles do happen. Like if it was +1 fire skills, it would be used for sure. No, it's probably like a 1% chance, maybe a bit less. Silk Gloves, he has potential. Probably won't live up to anything, but won't bother with the quiver. Alright, so let's check out those gloves. What do we get there? Attack-based gloves. I have rarity on the other ones. I'm keeping the rarity. I'm looking forward to hearing those voices, Tumblr. I don't think I've run a witch, because it was only added this league, wasn't it? If they're particularly psychotic in an entertaining way, I won't have heard them. Alright, we're going into the catacombs and pick up the labyrinth trial. Armored, I find Ruthless is like the main reason I'm running Ruthless at the moment is that items that you pick up on the ground are exciting in a way they aren't in the base game. That's the main appeal to me. If you don't feel that, then I wouldn't play it. But if you don't feel the same way, then it's just a flat out the mode isn't for you, and that's fine. You don't need to play it if you're not having fun. Yeah, I think I will get there today. I'm in a zone at the moment, Tumblr. I'm in a zone, so I'll probably play for a while. Like, you just need to have fun with it. And if you're not having fun, you don't play it. Same as hardcore, same as solo self-found, you know. I don't have fun with SSF, so I don't play it. I get tilted when I get a good drop that's... Like, when I get a really rare item drop that's not good for me. In SSF, I get tilted bad. Whereas someone that SSF is designed for, their attitude to, say, getting a Beano's kitchen knife drop for them is going to be, oh, cool, I'm going to roll a character for this. I'm like, oh, what a waste of such a good item. And so you just have to decide, is this what I want or not? And if the answer is no, then don't play it. If the answer is I don't know, then give it a try. And if the answer is yes, then play it. Ultimately, though, as far as playing Ruthless for content goes, I actually do the opposite. I would probably play Ruthless at League Start, except that for videos on YouTube, I have to be on top of the base game. So I can't play... I don't even think I could realistically play hardcore at League Start. Because a death sets back my ability to make content on new bosses and stuff like that. Determination is really rare in this. But like one of the things I think I always like to consider is like, okay, let's take one of the very best items in Path of Exile. And it's worthless, but it's a very good item. The Maven Boots, Legacy of Fury. Like, they're best in slot on a lot of builds, but they're not worth very much in trade because they're really common. And then you can think, okay, I'd be much more excited by that thing dropping if it wasn't dropping all the time. So a weaker item, like honestly, like if you take, for instance, it's an item that's exciting to drop, but that is nowhere near as strong as that. Sublime Vision is an exciting item to have drop, even though I would argue it's much weaker. But it's just that it's rare, so it's valuable. In Ruthless, lots of stuff is valuable because you might have one of only 3 of it on the server. And yeah, you can't use Determination or Grace on just any old character. Because they are nerfed. Tumblr, something I think is worth trying at some point is a late league start. Like, I had to start this league late. Only a couple of days, but I missed days 1 and 2 of this league. Me and friends have me and some old uni friends have a long-standing plans that we catch up in Melbourne every Easter because we've all scattered across the country. So, I knew before league start that if they decided to put it on Easter, I was going to miss days 1 and 2, and I did. But then, you know, I still played, and had I wanted a Mage Blood this league, I would have still been able to get one. You just have to do different things. There's a bunch of stuff that's ridiculously good early, but there's a bunch of stuff that still works late. Like, honestly, Heist is better late. A lot of the time. No, actually, it's probably better early still, but the big jackpots are worth more late. I might just go back to town at this point. What's this? This wand is more lightning damage than I've got on my current one. Except I have other stuff and it's only slightly more damage. Yeah, I'm not going to bother transmuting it to get it better. Oh. I have actually bricked this, haven't I? I can't move anymore, can I? I could do this. Yeah, that actually didn't work as well as I was hoping it would. Okay, now, sell items first, and come back and do everything else. +1 socket of melee gems, that'll give me an elk shard because it's got that mod on it. It's sort of stuff that you pick stuff up for. Okay. Now, second weapon slot, I put that there for that reason. And then Platinum Bust reward will take. Yoink. Okay, doesn't really help me yet, but it will soon. And then I'm actually going to take everything in this cluster. Do I think that PoE 2 will surpass D4? No, D4 has more marketing spend on it. I would have thought of that, Tumblr. That is a good idea. Because I have left click, but left click doesn't. Left click is walk only, but that doesn't actually work. I think D4 has a really a design that doesn't hit for anyone, particularly. I think that Blizzard's got the marketing budget to make a game that's not perfect for anyone perform solidly, but how they got through the game design with the whole auto scaling stuff was just yeah. Mystigan, I've got the 65 regen is nuts too. I'm taking the 65 regen. It's like
And not before.
I considered muling a character for vitality. I think it's fine. Like, honestly, I think Last Epoch has limited content. I think Last Epoch has a target audience that it's the best game for. I'm not in that target audience. I did like Last Epoch. I played it for like 50 hours and I haven't gone back to it. But I had fun in that time. And Last Epoch, the target audience for that game is people who are only willing to play 30 hours a league, but they are min-maxers. They do pay attention to the game. If you're in that target audience, then Last Epoch is better than PathOfExile for you. If you're like, I'm going to play... I have 3 hours a week to play, that's it, and I want to play in temporary leagues, then yeah, Last Epoch is the game for you. Last Epoch also is the game with the deterministic crafting that PathOfExile definitely won't ever have again after Necropolis League being so unpopular. I think Necropolis was like a PoE going, oh, let's try out Last Epoch style, sort of Last Epoch style crafting. Not exactly. There's differences, but I think we'll probably never see deterministic crafting again on this scale. Because what happens is people get their best realistically achievable item, and then they stop playing because they've got everything that's achievable, and the next step up is ridiculous. Whereas with RNG crafting, the next step up can still feel achievable, or at least you can feel you've got a chance of getting it. Yeah, that's my feel as well, Banana. The campaign was fantastic in Last Epoch. I went in completely blind, and my 53 hours was... So it was just on a self-made character with no coherent plan. I had a coherent plan, but it was not in any way a strong plan. But it was good enough. I got through all of the basic monoliths and a couple of empowered monoliths. And I was like, okay, cool. I've seen everything for now. Who knows? Maybe they'll put out more in the future. Even if they don't, you know, it was what, $51 Australian for the game. 53 hours gameplay for that. I'm happy with that. And I still recommend the game. Even though it's not for me in an ongoing sense, I still think it's a good buy at the price. That said, PathOfExile will both... PathOfExile gets more play hours out of me, more money out of me, but actually less money per hour, I think. I think the crafting was perfect for a game that is designed to be a 30-hour a league game. It doesn't really have chase goals, but it's also not designed around having them. Whereas PathOfExile is designed around having chase goals. A lot of PoE systems are designed around that. Dear Willem, I am horribly addicted to caffeine, and I have been for a long time. This is me normally swigging out of caffeine out of the bottle. That is not not an alcoholic drink though. Honestly, Ruthless is... I think it's harder than solo self-found, but easier than hardcore, as far as rule sets go in PathOfExile. As far as the hard mode rule sets go. Obviously, all of them have got their own things they're harder in than others, but I think that's a fair thing overall. Damage on full life support. Does that... supported attack skills. I am going to keep that though, because I could get the thing that lets you swap over a support gem for another. Oh, yeah. If you've got bad ping, you do not play hardcore at all. It's just not a thing. Okay, Fairgraves. Yes, I'm doing the Fairgraves quest. This is very much a Ruthless thing, but a magic coral ring sounds really good given that I have exactly 0 rings that have dropped for me so far. I do have an amulet, which is the hardest slot to get. And I have a pretty solid belt. Well, perfect implicit leather belt with no useful mods on it. Which I'm willing to call pretty good. Yeah, the vendor 3-for-1 recipe is the other use for support gems as well. I feel like you use the Labyrinth one in preference in most of the time. Unless you... I guess you could go for quality over it instead. There's another leather belt. I don't think there's any real use to picking that up. I'm not going to get an essence. I'm not wasting an elk on it. I'm not going to get an essence. Do I use a transmute on it? Yeah, I use a transmute on it. That could easily be better than what I've got. It is. There we go. Upgrade. Yeah, I have put... I peed my pants. I have put that onto this character. It was on my BPL character, which is now in... Necropolis Softcore. Necropolis Softcore trade without the Ruthless rule set, so Bench League. I think that's the term now. I did like when people called it Ruthful. Coral Amulet is probably a brick, unless it transmutes really well. Spoiler warning, it did not transmute extremely well. Oh yeah, the Assassin in Ruthless is in a crazy place. Ruthless Assassin can do builds that you can't do in the base game. Because it's got the thing that was on Tincture's last league where all your damage can poison. So that's in the Assassin in Ruthless, but it needs to be in the base game. Like, that's something that would be a really solid 2-pointer for the Assassin to have, and it would give it some real identity. Yeah, sorry, all damage from hits. Correct, yeah. Yeah, we heard you like dots, so we put dots in your dots so you can dot while you dot. I did not realise that remembered the input levels, Banana. Thank you for that. You can get it on the high stag as they flower, but that's for attacks. And so it doesn't work for spells. It's quite hard to get it on spells. Alright, here's a mandatory thing for this zone.
What's up?
Alright, feels bad to vendor jewelry, but it is the right call. There's no use for them. They're low level. Sad about this one being a perfect roll, but still, we'll get more.
Don't do anything I would.
Still don't have an augmentation orb yet. If I get an augmentation, it's getting used on that leather belt, because I'll be using that for a while. And the other thing is, once you get rolling in maps, like getting a support gem is like a maybe 0.8 a map thing, right? You get like eight supports per 10 maps or so. So I think that's my recollection anyway from Ruthless Endgame, and the drop rates haven't changed since then. One type of monster pack.
I'd love to see the insides of this spell. I can't abide housework. When I'm ready, and not before.
Yeah. This is another one of those zones that is just interminable running in places. I'm going to go with something Ignite based. And Elementalist. Details to be confirmed. Because I'm in trade, I can definitely rely upon getting Ignite Proliff support. Because I'm not sure how rare Eldritch Embers are in this. I think they're like getting a specific mod on them is a fair investment. Not something you do lightly, even low tier. There'll be enough people on that really common items, like Ignite Proliff support, you'll be able to get that. Like, there'll be not many, but there'll be people on. Maybe not the first time you look, but, you know, you just check a few times. It'd be a bit different if you're after something rare, like if you wanted, say, Beric's Respite. That might be a bit harder to get, and something like Brass Dome, much harder. That's the advantage of softcore, mate. Tumblr. Annoying life leech monsters. No, I have a belt. You see, I'm getting jewelry, just not getting the rings that are the thing I'm short on currently. And it's not like I can just gravecraft them either. I'm surprised you had trouble getting Lightning Strike. Like, getting enough lightning strikes to hit like 21 Val would be different. Oh, yeah, no, I'm talking about just picking them up in trade from another player. I had someone would have listed it for had a 1 elk dump tab. And yeah, you can always mule it, but even if you don't feel like muling it, you can. I would have thought you'd be able to get one from someone's 1 elk dump tab. Not even people that have been semi-recently online? Like, that aren't online now, but that have been online in the last few days? 2 to 11. That's like, it's a couple more damage. Nah, the 17% fire damage is better. I'm not going to transmute it. Yeah, and like I was saying before, you can always mule the lightning strike as well. Okay, so here's where you get your guaranteed amulet. I already have one. I'm just going to pick up dexterity just for more options. But I already have cold res on this. Intelligence is a bit of a wasted stat.
You may go.
It honestly doesn't matter that much what the type of damage is. Like, fire would be superior, but it's not overwhelmingly superior. Fawn's Horn, yeah. Well, I'm going into a level 28 zone now. Yeah, Graveyard is busted in Ruthless. I have seen some of the crazy stuff people have made. Absolutely bonkers. Okay, so picking that up. Yes, I will pick up the 5 multi as well. It doesn't help yet, but it will. That's not actually completely useless either at the moment. Now, here we get the best skill gems in this. Like, the biggest single upgrade you get in the Ruthless campaign that's deterministic is your level 28 skill gems here. Falling. Ooh, I'll take that. Not that it really matters. I only own 2 support gems, and one of which doesn't do anything for me. No, Gravicius, level 28 gems from the quest for him. Library, there's a bunch of stuff you may not be able to afford there. Fusing Orb. It's a good drop. High fire res on this guy, so I'll strip that down. I think this is probably better than anything else on him. Oh, sorry, yeah, you're right, Juicy, I'm getting confused with, yeah, you're right, it is you get 1 guaranteed. No, I'm thinking Gravicius, though, because it's on your way. And the gems from the library are, like, you're probably going to take one that you would have got from... You're probably going to get one that you would have got from... that you could have got from Gravicius. If you're taking something else, then yeah, it's an upgrade. Yeah, 1 from Act 3, 1 from 5, 1 from 10, I think now. Yeah, or if there's a specific transfigured gem you want, you can get a gem that's... Like, if say you wanted Lancing Steel as spraying, you can get Lancing Steel with it. You know, like, that may help you get your Lancing Steel as spraying. There's another falling. I'm never going to use that, and it's not like it's valuable. I don't think transfigured gems are that hard to get in Ruthless. That's I'm not certain of that, but that's the understanding I've got, is that you can just grind Merc Club, and that the drop rate of the craft you want is roughly the same as it is in Bench League. Yeah. The quality crafts are much worse than Bench League. The Gem XP crafts are much worse than Bench League. But I don't think the Transfigure Gems are much different. Alright. Waypoint. Town. Before Piety, let's go get ourselves a big upgrade. Oh, no. Click carefully. So even Firestorm and Flame Blast are strong here. Like, that'll feel like an upgrade. And Hex Blast is 340%. It's single target unless you unless you've hexed the thing. So this is probably an upgrade over Fireball. I think it is, yeah. I've got a Hex already. What's the other gem that I lose if I do that swap? I'm not willing to... Oh yeah, Rolling Magma. I haven't used that in a long time. I'm going to go Hex Blast Ignite, I think. I'll go into maps, so I paid my pants, definitely. I'm not sure whether I'm going to go to Deep Reds or not. The alternative, if I don't take Hex Blast, I'm taking Firestorm here. Nah, I don't want Flame Blast. I mean, Cremation's strong, obviously, but... Yeah, names like that are great, hey. Yeah, Hex Blast it is. Stuff it. Let's just make it work.
Be well.
How you doing?
Okay, so this is going to get a transmute on it. I think it's... No, actually I'm going to go further. I'll go a chance on it. Life, Lightning Res, that's fine. We are definitely equipping that. Now, we have... Rolling Magma. You're not getting used anymore. I'm keeping you because I will possibly feed you to the Labyrinth Overlords. Hex Blast to be linked up later. Flammability to be middle clicked instead of the rubbish we've got there now. Even prior to Shaper of Flames, I'm fine with it just because it... Well, I'm fine with it as a hit skill for the moment. Your difficulty with Cock DD will be getting crit capped in Ruthless. It's not impossible. But that's going to be your biggest difficulty with it.
When I'm ready, and not before.
Yeah, you're gonna need cast on crit, and you're also gonna need ink crit strikes, and you're gonna need the quality ink crit strikes as well, which can be a bit difficult. You can get a lot of accuracy on the tree if you don't have it on gear. Yeah, because you can't get hits, can't be evaded. That's important. Alright, Hex Blast isn't doing all that much. That honestly don't recall what Harvest is like in this. I know Harvest is good in this. Missing Dead of Chain Reaction, yeah. No, you can't get hits, can't be evaded, or you can get it on Paradoxica. No, you can't get it on Paradoxica either. No, you just can't get it at all. I don't think it exists at all. Oh yeah, like Costiday, I'm forgetting that. That's an item I've forgotten for a long time. That's tier 2 rarity though, right? I don't think Veiled mods exist at all in Ruthless. I don't think Veiled Orbs are a thing. Oh, sorry, Veiled mods exist only on unique items that they spawn with. That's my understanding of it. Yeah, only on uniques. So, Katarina's Flask, Paradoxica, Replica Paradoxica, that sort of crap. I don't think you can get Paradoxica to be any good, though, in this. I like on Cock DD. Is there a local crit unveil at all? I'm just trying to think if there'd be any way to modify the build to work with Cane of Coolamac. It's not going to be Lancing Steel or Spraying, though. Yeah, Paradoxica is really good in Ruthless because rares are worse. Yeah, it's not a good item for it. What I was thinking is was if there was anything that you could do that with a different trigger skill, probably be something like Spectral Throw with Cane of Coolamac, but I don't think there is. So yeah. Paradoxica, I think we can write it out. It was worth thinking about, but it's a brick. Yeah, you know the other things that are surprisingly good in this, because crafting is so much weaker, you can use Skaver for a lot longer than you would in the base game, and Replica Dream Feather on a not armor build. It actually has reasonable damage. As bizarre as that seems. Like, you have incidental armor, but you're not an armor stacker.
Of all the worlds you could have conquered, you had to choose mine. Such power wasted on a feeble imagination.
Purity of Elements? Holy hell.
I loved your work, Piety. It was you I wasn't.
Well, that's definitely, that's not something I was expecting to see. That's like an actual... Purity of Elements is like a 5 elk drop or so in trade, normally, I think. A good loot filter would have a huge tink, yes. I'm literally not using a filter at the moment. Yeah, so there's my first big drop of this. I do tend to get good drops in Ruthless. Okay, you're vended. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's that's an item. And that's inferior to the Crest of Parandus. Yeah, it's like it's not terrible, but it's inferior to Crest. That's double res 50 life. Wow. Like everything else on it is dud, but that's a set of gloves. It's like, what was with Piety there? Just like, oh, here you go, have some good loot. Purdy Elements. I do lose the rarity, unfortunately, but I'm fine with that for, like, just the character power I pick up with that is, I can live with losing the rarity. Actually, I'm not going to bother fixing that. Okay, now we have decision point as to where we go. I think we just migrate to Holy Fire, don't we? Yeah, those gloves would go on in... honestly, those gloves would go on in Act 5. If they dropped in Act 5 in base game, you'd put them on. You'd ID them because they're 4-linked, and they're 4-link and rare. Yes, so I'm going to Holy Fire, then I'm going to Acrimony. At the moment. I'm going to save my library token. So I'm just going to skip the library for now.
When I'm ready, and not before.
I actually don't want that on. I want the gem. I want it to level. Reses are close to cap. 65, 78, 101. My resists. I have 25 on the tree, counting a Lear up. 40 for fire. I'll let someone else answer on Ruthless. I believe the sorry, on Ruthless Ritual. I believe the answer is no, but I'm not sure. So, Banana is me will countermand that if I'm wrong. Ritual is solid for uniques. Okay, there you go. That's its use case. Drop anywhere uniques. I've got to find the lab trial in here as well, don't I? That's always up the top. And I've got to find Cheetus's plum. Once we got that, we'll go back to the marketplace, then we'll turn that quest in. Which feels so weird to do. That's my bench league mindset. Skipping that quest is like so ingrained. But a ring's a ring. Yeah, it gives you a magic coral ring in this rule set. I think there's other options as well, but, like, I don't think you can get a double resist out of it. If I can get a 2-stone, I'll take one, but I don't think I can. Even if I can get a single element resist. It will be magic, the ring that you drop from it. Alright, I think... Oh no, this is not it.
When I'm ready and not prepared.
I do not like this zone. Alright, here's our lab trial. Snooby! Welcome, welcome! To be honest, this shield is nothing special. Even in Ruthless, you're going to get a unique... So you're going to get a couple of uniques in the campaign. This one's like a solid leveling item. Hey, are you still doing Magic Find content at the moment? Snooby? Or something else? Currently just giving Ruthless a bit of a look. And I had a Purity of Elements drop, which is kind of nuts. Like, you know, have drop in Act 3. I'm going to go... I'm not going to do the library quest. Just 1,000 maps. Yeah, Purity of Elements is very much a nice drop. Like, even late game, that's real endgame loot. I figure that that's the bench league equivalent of that is getting a taste of hate in the campaign. It's like, it's not a monumentally, oh my god, what an amazing high value... Oh, that goes on straight away. High value drop, but it is a good drop. And it's something you'll want for a long period of time. I actually think that caps my resist without the purity, doesn't it? Oh no, it's the wrong 2-stone. I got the only 2-stone that wouldn't cap me. That's actually a brick, but that's alright. I'll still have it on. I could transmute it. Yeah, that's the thing. I was saying that there's this tension for content creators that Ruthless is often the thing we would find more fun, but it doesn't perform very well. Although today it's actually doing well on my stream. Like, I wasn't really expecting that. I thought I'll come on and I'll probably have, you know, 25 viewers, lower than usual by quite a bit. Just because a lot of people are like, oh yeah, Ruthless, blah, 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 blah. I want to test it out though with the new scarabs. I feel like the scarabs will transform Ruthless a lot, but people are saying it's the best it's ever been. I just want to experience that for myself. I'm less sold on the Necropolis. I feel the Necropolis mechanic kind of undoes the reason you play Ruthless is that items on the ground are good. And that's not going to be the case in this. What I feel would be perfect, actually, is permanent standard. Yeah, I was looking at the data mine drop rates, and the data mine drop rates are 12,800 on them, compared to 75,000 for maps. So, I'm going to not actually complete that quest, I just wanted the waypoint. Now, I'm going to get that stupid Achitis Plum. Feels so filthy actually looking for this, and I don't know the layout well, so... Because whoever looks for this thing, like whoever full clears this zone looking for Chitis's Plum. Yeah. We'll just kill everything on the way. You know? Divination cards do not exist in Ruthless, full stop. The entire mechanic is removed. So yeah, scarabs for it would be removed. Here we are. You were right when you said it was probably bottom right. Some PoE trivia for you. That guy there, the Conqueror Worm, one of the reasons that I think GGG put him here is that when patch, I feel it was 2.2 Ascendancy, came out, that was a period where Devourers were the most scary enemies in the game. We'll grab that Mana Flask, that's an upgrade. Alright, Chitus's Plum. Now we want to go get the next waypoint, then we're going to go back and get our Fairgrave's Coral Ring. Actually, no, we got to waypoint isn't that important. Let's yeah, this will be the way to go. Alright, so now, Marketplace. Go find the other part of this, the Decanus Spiritus, which is usually found around here. I don't know that it's guaranteed to be here, but it's often here. Often very close to the waypoint. There it is. I'm going to get the strongbox as well, in case there's anything interesting. I actually know if strongboxes are any good in Ruthless or not. I don't think they are. Yeah, that was nothing of note. Just felt like normal Ruthless loot. Alright, let's go to turn that stuff into what's his face in the docks and see the cutscene that you almost never see in PathOfExile. Or not cutscene. You know what I mean. This is one of those bits of dialogue that you will very, very seldom see. All of the stuff with Fairgraves being exterminated forever. And it is a coral ring that we get, which is an upgrade, and it goes on my right ring slot. And I will also transmute this thing. Alright, Fairgraves is dead. We actually got nothing there, in terms of... I mean, we got the base, we got the implicit. Okay, back to Imperial Gardens we go. And forward. Forward we go. I should probably do lab at some point too. Lab's a lot of power. Lab is a lot of power. Next waypoint.
Remember, Dominus, what goes up must come down.
Alright, so first stream is never on the bottom end, it's always on the top. There it is. More hit points than you would in hardcore. Oh god, yeah. Why have I got so many? Oh, I've picked up the life cluster. Yeah, okay. I'm actually really defensively strong at the moment, hey, especially for Ruthless. Like, I've got cap resist except a bit under on fire. I've got the fire mastery for regen. Agree, after we've had like 2 Magic Find Leagues in a row, and Ruthless is just something very different. If you're looking for something different to the base game, Ruthless will deliver. It's something I've heard someone say about it, and I think this was really insightful. The base game is the better ride, Ruthless is the better game. At least I agree with that through the campaign. I'll judge that once I get to endgame, how it feels at endgame. I'm killing this guy. Why? Because I can, that's why. I feel like if they had it so that there was some sort of RNG mitigation, I feel like it could be really interesting to watch a Ruthless race. But at the moment, I feel like Ruthless races would be won or lost based on support gems. Like a race to, say, 75 Atlas bonus in Ruthless would be a really interesting thing to watch. Except for the fact that one player would be like, oh, I got crazy support gems in Act 4 and won. Disable all support gems. Oh, that's so ruthless of you. Like, for instance, if you got Ignite Proliferation while you were in Act 4, you'd win that race. If you were playing a build that was useful on. Bitter Dream, yeah, that's another good example. I'd forgotten that item existed. Yeah, Bitter Dream's another one. A lot of uniques feel fine, honestly. Like, you know, even if you get a Goldrum in a normal race, it's a big edge, but it's not something that's game-breaking. Yeah, I feel like there's different skill with movement without the movement skills. Like, the skills from the base game, from base game racing wouldn't carry over. But that doesn't mean there's not skill. It's just that it's different ones. Oh, Unresolved Anguish. I'd actually consider, do I want to go increase chance of fizz mods is useless to me. Do I want to go do a craft though? Maybe I do. I've got a bunch of low level corpses currently that are quite, like, reasonably good, but I'm not going to use them at deep end game because they're going to lower the item level too much. Yeah, so the skill, like, I think the thing that's different with the skill with not having movement speed, not having move skills, is that, or sorry, having limited move skills, because you do have quick step now. That in Ruthless you are like, your positioning before you're in trouble is really important on bosses. So, like at the moment, if you're on a character that's got, say, Flame Dash or Frostblink or whatever, it doesn't really matter where you are when Katava in Act 5 starts his moves, because you can just get out of the way. Quickstep lets you get out of the way, but it's much less powerful at it, and so it's more of a setback to not be in the right spot beforehand. Map reading would actually be a bit different, because you can't take a bunch of shortcuts from the base game. Like, there's a number of things in the base game that are, like, substantial shortcuts you can't do. But yeah, a lot of it would carry. Like, let's put it this way. Even though I probably know more about Ruthless than a number of the racers, their skill edge over me in racing is going to still put them commandingly ahead of me. Oh, sorry, Fjordy, that's an old / build. This is just going to be an Ignite Elementalist of some description, but I haven't yet worked it out exactly what it's going to be. This is in a Ruthless game mode, so outside of trading, I don't have much agency over what support gems I'm going to have. The first Chaos Orb drop. Actually, at about the same time you probably get your first Chaos Orb in base game. Ah, +1 mod. Nice. I've wasted all my RNG on this one. One of the good things about RNG is that it is not karmic. It doesn't care how lucky you've gotten before. See, that's what's changed with the scarabs, I believe. Oh, Colossal Life Flask. That's an upgrade, isn't it? Oh yeah, that's a big one. Yeah. And the fact that the resources that undermine endgame in the base game, like for instance, endgame is smaller because that stupid scarab exists, Divination Scarab of Curation. Like that substantially contracts the endgame in the base game. That thing needs to go in 325. Honestly, I'm surprised it even lasted through the league. 3 to 1 flask is yes. 3 to 1 flask is yes. I just think instead of 10% more, it should be 3% less. Then at that point, it's like an actual choice to use it. It's still pretty good, but it's not some monstrously big multiplier. Or for that matter, all div scarabs could get deleted. That'd be fine too. That would make some things that currently are too common to be worth anything worth something again. The concept of the Curation Scarab would be cool to have at a lower power level baseline though. The whole, like, some ability to target one divination card wherever you want to run would be cool. Yeah, I could get behind doubling div card drop rates and nuking the Scarab. Not necessarily every card would get doubled. I think currency cards might be needing a smaller increase than that.
Have you ever seen the true face of God, Exile?
Have you ever seen the true face of God, Exile? How crazy is this? Ruthless and I can stand in Dominus's fire and not really care about it. Probably even, yeah. I can just eat that. I can just eat his lightning barrage. I mean, sure, for that in base game, that's not unheard of, but in Ruthless, that seems pretty crazy.
Shrink not from God. Die in awe. The touch of God. This world is an illusion, Exile.
Yeah, I do have a lot of regen. That's, as I said, that's the reason I took this Fire Mastery over the alternatives. I'm under on fire, but I am capped on lightning. I'm not far under on fire, honestly. That said, this side of Dominus does do some serious damage, because I don't have any anti-bleed. Except for the zone mechanics. There's an anti-bleed zone mechanic, of course, that I'll be using. But Dominus's auto attack inflicts 2 stacks of CB, and I don't want to let that get to 6. Alright, there he goes. Boots, what are you going to do for me? 20% move speed. Ho ho! Winner, winner, kitten dinner. That goes there. Clarity goes there. Move speed goes on. I lost 2 points of fire res, but I can live with that. So I'm a bit further off capped on the fire res.
Of course, there will be more. You know that, don't you?
Avaricious little pests scrabbling to steal the legacy of their betters.
Yeah, I don't like the Awakening Scarab. There's too many cool things that you won't see because of it having too many choices. Lab is getting done after we go... Oh, hang on. I just pick up the... Oh, no, I've got a Colossal Mana Flask. Alright, Aqueduct then, Lab.
That water just reeks of corruption. Let's see where it comes from.
Yeah, I hope we see some changes to some of the Scarabs, but also, like, some of them are just cool but not necessarily uber, and I think that's fine. Like, for instance, the Abyss Scarab that causes heaps and heaps of troves to spawn. I don't think that there's ever a use for that in a top strategy, but it's a lot of fun to play around with. I think that's a fine spot for a Scarab to be in. I would like to see a high Scarab though. Honestly, I think you could have 2 or 3 high Scarabs. One that just adds a Smuggler's Cache, one that increases the chances of getting max unveiled blueprints, maybe with a drawback like blueprints that drop corrupt with 8 mods, and one that says what else could you have that would be interesting? Blueprints biased towards rarer reward types and has some difficulty mod attached. There'll be plenty of ways you could do that. Could just be making players delirious in the zone. Phantasm support. I'm going to use that, probably. It doesn't really have any direct synergy with what I'm doing, but it's just extra power. Colossal Life Flask magic. That could be alright. ID it. Oh, wow. A bleed cleanse flask. Yeah, Phantasms adds some damage to spells, not much at low level. And it's not much synergy, but it's better than nothing. It's a gem. Like, it's something. It's kind of like getting Ice Bite at this point in the game. It's like, you wouldn't use it base game, but it does have an effect. So let's see if I've got an option for it, though. I'm not really using Scorching Ray, but it's going to be in here, doesn't it? Blue-green. It's not going with Fireball. Hexblast has been disappointing so far, completely useless. But what could we do if we wanted? We could Chrome this. It's probably going to achieve what we want with one Chrome. And Chromes aren't ridiculously valuable. That's a fail. Double blue, double green, that's what we want. So, Volley goes there. Fireball there. Phantasm there. Quick Step back there. And we're done. So, Grisgoes, it's like, there's too much juicing possible, so it ends up being a Magic Find is the only way to play League again, just after we had one of those. And the crafting is too deterministic, which is something that a lot of people aren't going to like me saying, but basically, you hit 8 out of 10 items really easily, and then the League mechanic offers no path to 9, pretty much. So it ends up that, like, crafting is basically the same on everything, and there's just no variance in it. In that sense, it's the same problems Harvest had, except minus the TFT stuff. Like, where TFT was just mandatory in Harvest League. So, yeah, I think it's, like... Honestly, I'm going to say something that a lot of people will disagree with. I think it's the second disappointing League in a row. And that's because it's been Magic Find overload. I know some people like Magic Find. I don't. I would be very happy to see all player Magic Find removed from the game. And... there's elements of the game, of this league, I've liked. I felt it was refreshing. Not necessarily good, but it was refreshing to have an inescapable mechanic. Not necessarily something that played well for 90 days. And honestly, I think this would have been an amazing 21-day event. Favorite recent league? I liked Tota because it was different. That is true, cash and prizes. These two leagues have definitely allowed players that have never had a Mage Blood before to get one. That's... like... you can also achieve that. Like, let's take another thing that would fit your description. I don't know if you're aware that in 3.18 and earlier, Asenath's Gentle Touch was somewhat of a chase item. It was tier 1 rarity... and then this league it's been... and then in Kalandra it was made tier 3. So it was made something like 12 times as common as it used to be. And so that meant that it became much more accessible, but it also was much less exciting to have it drop. That's the thing that's sort of weird. And yeah, I think like the gamble crafting of Sentinel was much more like... Sentinel had some issues where it was very, very powerful, but the gamble crafting was better than the deterministic crafting for the game, I think, in general. I'm just sitting on that thing for now. I don't want to just vendor it.
Go where you are needed.
Okay. I figure at this point we just do lab, hey. I don't have any flasks worse than this one, so I'll just vendor this one. Yeah, there's Headhunter is definitely... Like, Headhunter has been almost Asenath's Gentle Touched in that way. It's like it's... Or Beric's Respite was the other one. Beric's Respite used to be tier 1 rarity, and then it was dropped down to tier 3. Which is kind of cool in the sense it's more accessible. I honestly think it would be interesting if GGG announced this. Like, you don't do this without announcing it. But if they did a major reshuffle of rarity of uniques... So let's say Katava's Thirst might go to tier 1, and something that's cool but not really that popular, or even something that is popular like Diala's Malefaction could come down to tier 4. You know, like you have just this shuffle around where but if they were open about it, it'd be really interesting, changing up what people can expect to have early. Oh, Juice G, that would be hilarious. Did I miss one? Catacombs? I did the Did I go for a walk in the catacombs and forget to do the trial? Oh, God, I'm an idiot sometimes. I went into the catacombs. I didn't do the trial. I don't know what got me distracted in there. I think one of the issues with Tota, though, Tota was a great league mechanic before it was optimized. Once it got optimized, players did succeed in optimizing the fun out of that mechanic. I had a lot of fun early on with it. Before people found the degenerate stuff for it, back when the Tota mechanic was like, wild and weird stuff was going on all the time. You were trying to figure out some of how it worked, and then, yes, had some really tense fights because of it. Yeah, like the degenerate stuff was that sort of knockbacks, crazy totem shenanigans and stuff like that. That was a lot of fun for a little while, but ended up not being fun to do for a sustained period of time. I don't know what I did with this zone. I didn't come in here. I entered the catacombs and I entered the catacombs wanting to do the trial, and I didn't do the trial. Yeah, the Oriflammes, those Oriflammes were cool. Some of the Oriflammes are cool. Some of the ones that were just, here's a massive magic find boost, I wasn't a fan of. And like the Shaper one, for instance, is just a massive magic find boost. Alright, let's go into lab. Okay, what are we doing at this point? And then we'll get the Holy Fire Cluster. Yes, if you could limit yourself. There were a bunch of like little flaws like that.
You stand before the gates of the Lord's labyrinth. Within these walls,
I think GGG have had too much of a recent history of not dealing with exploits. Because, like, to be honest, there was the Morrigan stuff this league. I honestly feel that the Morrigan stuff this league was just like the Abyss Spire that was the whole center of the meta last league. It's like, here's this ridiculous interaction that works as written, but that does something far beyond what's intended. The difference was that this league, they fixed it. There were a few of those. Last league, they left it the whole league. And yeah, you got punished for not abusing. Granted, the 6-socket stuff, they've all been deleted. Same with the 60 quality life flasks. Abyss Spire was there for a long time, yeah. It just was never worth doing. Or never relevant. I think the main issue, Mandeldruss, is that Magic Find stats in general have jumped the shark. And there is going to be pushback, but GGG need to smash them up. I say delete Magic Find as a player stat entirely. Like, just leave it as Legacy and Standard. People that want to play Magic Find can do it there. And then have, like, some sort of cap on monster rarity. And zone rarity. Also, yeah, like, back to basics is a big part of that, because the back to basics multiplier triple dips on uniques. But that's the thing that would make it so that items feel interesting beyond days 1, 2, and 3. I also think, though, there is this thing that's going on where the player base is getting better at the game. A lot better. And that's something that causes things to break as well. For you to be able to have things that are juicing forms that are impossible with Magic Find, because like your character power is too low, you'd really need tighter balance for that.
An emperor is only as efficient as those he commands.
I would absolutely be for nuking Magic Find completely, though. Like, it is just such a... Like, it's basically stop doing fun content, start doing the Calandra slash Affliction slash Scourge slash Necropolis stuff. I think that, yeah, it's jumped the shark as this league. Last league, honestly. It jumped the shark last league, but that was refreshing and new for one league.
Inexhaustible. My 3 lieutenants remain. Misery loves company.
I don't think it's that. I think it's a net negative for fun across the league. Magic Find, like, what you got to factor in that the first 5 or 10,000 of a unique that drops are loot. The rest are ground clutter. They are trash. Like, let's take Impulse's Broken Heart. The first couple of hundred that drop in a league trade for multiple divines. The next few thousand trade for like dozens of chaos to a divine, and then the next 3 or 4,000 are still loot. After that, every Impulses that drops is ground clutter. It may as well not exist. That's the problem with Magic Find being broken, is that more of those couple thousand that are Impulses that are loot go to the same people. And yeah, I don't think that T17 should have their loot. They should be the best place in the game to get certain loot, yes, but generic loot, no. Back to basics, though, is worse than the tier 17 mods. It's just that it stacks with them. Like, this league, if tier 17s weren't overbuffed, this would have been the tier 1 and tier 7 league. And it would have been ridiculous too. A mob that's, yeah, if a mob that stole Headhunter stacks, so you've got to delete them. You've got to not, like, because otherwise you can just kill that monster and get it back. You'd actually delete the mods, but so you're basically talking a monster that has Dispel Magic on hit, and it's like some percentage chance to knock off any non-permanent buff. I feel like that just makes everyone use Mage Blood instead. 17's being a chaos sync is a huge positive. I think that's one of the best things about the game at the moment. Like, people actually want chaos orbs again, despite all the changes that GGG made that bricked Kirak mods, which was in 320. There's our fire damage to spells and attacks. Unless this is absolutely rank, mod-wise. Oh, wow. Oh, yeah, that goes straight on. Huh. Hey, cool. That's an upgrade. I think Ubers should, like, Ubers being gated behind 17s is fine if they get 17s at the right difficulty for that. But at the moment, I think there's a bunch of people who can only beat Ubers because they're extremely good at those fights. Specifically. Well, that's, like, I don't think it's necessarily the end of the world if they can't access them anymore. Because they can always trade for the content if they want to be specialised in one thing. I mean, most of the Uber bosses that get done in trade are still done by your trapper builds that probably can't do the 17s. The Guardian maps being cheap is a late league thing. They weren't cheap early. They're still useful early. I don't think GGG should balance around hardcore at all. Like, that's... And the same as they don't balance around Ruthless. And they shouldn't balance around SSF. It's like, it's a discretionary hard mode. You play it, then you sometimes have problems with it. That's, and honestly, SSF is the worst example of that. Oh, wow, that's a second anti-bleed flask. Not that I really need two of them, but it's still fine to have.
When the time comes to strike, an emperor strikes without hesitation. To entertain doubt is to dance and learn.
Yeah, because Magic Finders hurt the league economy. I would be fine with Magic Find being locked to a specific league where people who are involved in Magic Find gameplay can't ruin the league for everyone else. Or they're banned from trading. If you just had it so that... Like, actually, that's what that's how Last Epoch fixes the Magic Find issue. They have a Magic Find node that forces you to be in SSF. It's brokenly good, and it works really well. It's like, yeah, you can still play Magic Find if you want, but you're excluded from the trade economy. GGG have made promises to balance around league economy in the past. Like, that's been, and again, like, I feel like Last Epoch is the solution for people that want the game to be balanced around being banned from trading. Because, like, you have... I mean, it's... You would have to make... If you wanted to keep Magic Find at its current levels, you'd probably have to make things like Headhunter 50 times rarer than they are now to keep them as chase items. I've got one. I've got a Fawn's Horn and a good one. Tumbler. I have a very solid one. I'm not beating that. But yeah, like, the thing is that when GGG implemented SSF, they promised that they would not sabotage Trade League balance to make SSF better. And that's the reason that the player base tolerated SSF being introduced. There would have been a huge backlash if they'd done the opposite. They would have been like, you know how much people get pissed when there's big things about Ruthless in the patch notes. SSF would have been worse than that. Yeah, that would work, Sacripian. That would definitely work. It's not just items though. Like, there's been a bunch of stuff that's not Magic Find as a player stat that's been jumping the shark lately. I find it interesting, Meistergen, that people say it about Ruthless, but much more game time has been put in SSF. Because SSF has all of the has all of the coding related to transferring characters from one to another, whereas almost all of Ruthless is just different entries in databases. Like, it literally is the case that Harishi could do Ruthless himself. I don't think that's what happens, but he could do it himself. That would be all, and while still doing unique design for both the base game and Ruthless. SSF requires a lot of work because you've got to get the ability to take characters out of SSF and put them into trade has to be really carefully tested, because that's something that could produce item duplication exploits. I actually think that there's 3 Juice G. There's those 2, and there's also the minute-to-minute gameplay. Like, or some subset of the minute-to-minute gameplay. Yeah, if you made it so that people can't migrate out of SSF, like, I think one of the things with SSF that makes it good is that people don't have to commit to it. Like, I would actually rather be able to migrate out of hardcore and be forced to migrate out of hardcore if you die into the appropriate trade league. And so you would go from hardcore trade to softcore trade in the league. Like, yes, it would have an impact on the league economy, but so does the current setup. Just to be a different impact. So I'm seeing lots of belts, so I wouldn't mind seeing more rings. Because the idea is that then people can try a different mode, realize, oh, that's not for me, but still have progress in a league they're interested in, or in a league that is at least their fallback. That's my thoughts on it. For instance, if you could level a character in Ruthless, I wouldn't level my first character in a league in Ruthless, but I would for subsequent. If you had the ability to migrate, because I'd rather have, I'd rather spend 13 or 14 hours having fun in Ruthless leveling a character than just level in, 6 hours without twink gear or 4 with, but that time is miserable because I'm too powerful for the content I'm running all the time. And then you could start playing a character in hardcore, going, oh yeah, I'll see how far I can get, but with no expectation that I'll stay in this forever. And when you die, cool, your character's, you've got a character level in the trade league that you're interested in playing. HC to SC, I don't think would have any real impact on RMT. It would change the hardcore trade values. Like in hardcore, if it got to the point that the path of least resistance to getting 50 divines in softcore was to play hardcore and do chaos recipe, then at that point, yes, there would be some people who did it. But I don't think it would stay there very long. you know, yeah, you'd end up with a different hardcore. You'd end up with a different trade ratio than you do now. But you already have that with currently, like, Voices 1. If a Voices 1 drops in hardcore, it gets ripped to standard straight away. Like, someone will buy it for the purposes of ripping it to standard, and it may even be an RMT cheater. Like, so you're saying, Meistigan, that you'd be okay with migration as a, I want to test out this mechanic, but not this is, but not a, I'm going to level in one. Yeah, Juicy, I think it would just change from the current situation where permanent standard impacts the hardcore economy. Instead of permanent standard, it would be temp league that would be affecting it. They'd be different. I just don't know that it would be worse. If it was one per league, then people would just get a guildie. And then put the gear that they wanted to transfer across on the guildie. Not sure why I'm doing these side areas. Kind of a bit of a why not, you know. Something a little different. There's a dark shrine here. I thought it was another chest. I'll take a dark shrine. Exit. Yeah, Chick Navrin, that's like, I feel like, yeah, standard has a big impact on league economy late.
The pursuit of power can be a grotesque.
I don't think it has a big impact until late, except in hardcore it has a big impact on the top end. Especially new stuff. Like, for instance, if you were playing in hardcore at the moment, if you got a Parandus Pact, one thing that you could do is definitely rip that to standard. Like, Parandus Pact is going to be worth way more in standard than in hardcore. The Hinakura's lock stuff was funny. Like, that was just speculation there, and it ended up being speculation that didn't work out. But that happens all the time too. Same guy bought a whole bunch of Tainted Divine Teardrops a couple of leagues ago. You know, it's just... Standard existing is going to have that impact. But standard not existing would be probably worse. Because, like, standard ends up being something that people... Like, there's a bunch of people that play it. Yeah, Annihilating Light, you wouldn't. You certainly wouldn't. That's an item that's harder to get in... much harder to get in trade. Oh, sorry, in hardcore than in softcore. It's stuff like... it's stuff like synthesized rings that are way more valuable in softcore. Alright, we'll pick up the rare. Ah, we're not going to pick up the rare unless... what's this thing in my inventory for? I don't know. Meistigan, people are going to get that wrong all the time. People are going to think it does something different to that. And you're going to end up with a lot of people disappointed when the game doesn't work the way they expect it to and end up getting burnt. Alright, we will pick up the boots. I did deal with all these... Ooh, oh no, I've got better. Like, that's actually just not very useful at all, is it? Okay. You are not any good, but you... Okay, let's go tap the font and transfigure to transfigure, same color. I guess we just do rolling magma and see what we get. Skeletons of Archers, no. Lightning Spire of Overloading, Lightning Tendrils. This is bad, isn't it? I think we just go Lightning Spire of Overloading, maybe? Is that that's a cooldown one, is it, or not? Yeah, this is the cooldown one. Okay, I want a cooldown trap. Support to support, I think I'll take on the red one. Has some potential to be good. Chance to bleed. A good gem. Just not for me either. And we go Elementalist, and we will pick the nerfed version of Shaper of Flames, which gives all damage has the capacity to ignite, but ignite chance is not provided for it. I don't remember what the other stuff is. So Mastermind Discord's still full strength. Oh yeah, that's much worse. Did you actually go with the Golem approach afterwards? This and Mastermind Discord. And then I think unless I take the... No, Bastion of Elements is pretty good. I'm going to still probably take Legion of the Primordial, Bastion of Elements, and Mastermind Discord. Yeah, I could go Elemencer. There's a lot of power in it, isn't it? I don't need to decide that yet. That means I lose Bastion of Elements, though, which is pain. Bastion is really good. I mean, I've got a plan in the sense that I'm going to be an Ignite-based Elementalist. But that's it in terms of the plan, Randall Bruce. This is not me going in with a firm, here's what I want to do. I have a sense of the archetype I want to play. It's going to be an Elk Shard. Because of the +1 to Socketed Melee Gems. It's actually a mod you're quite happy to see in Ruthless for that reason. I have been throwing Hex Blast at stuff already, but it already had the capacity to ignite. Like, I don't actually get all that much out of it. All damage can ignite, freeze, and shock anyway. Only the thing is that so Fireball is an unconditional 370% effectiveness of added damage, and it has some ignite chance built into it. Whereas Hex Blast is 340% unconditional times 1.4 for 476% if the enemy is hexed. Yeah, so I don't get the ignite chance automatically. But I have been picking a bit up on the tree, and I've got more near me. So, did I get any here? I don't think I did. No. 0 there, but I did pick up 15, 15, and I'm going to pick up 20. So 15, 15, and 20 is 50. Then, I think if there's... I'm just going to try and remember if there's... Acrimony Cluster doesn't have any. I'm trying to remember what else exists. There's this cluster is... Fire dot and area. That's... Yeah, it's more fire hit. That's 15% and that's 10%. I knew there was more on the tree. There's a bunch of chances. Oh no, Elementalist still has a bunch going for it. What's my favourite unique in the game? That's because it changes. I tend to like stuff that's a bit off meta, and that's just like good but not necessarily extraordinarily good, which often means stuff that people aren't playing with, because like people play the best items, not necessarily the cool ones. Something I really like, although it is very mediocre, is Stormcharger. Those boots.
That would just make life
The ones that have the huge roll range on their chance to... oh, hang on. Talking about chance to ignite there. I guess we just take that. Then we can take the mastery next.
How do I keep ending up with something like this?
What we're really missing at the moment is Ignite Pro Live support. If we were to get that, then suddenly the world is my burrito. That's correct, yeah. Mandeldress is correct. But you won't get that in practice. You'll get much lower numbers usually. Which is why it's kind of funny. I feel like the low end is too bad on it. So it ends up being a dumpster item usually, but... And the high end isn't so good that it's worth jumping through the crazy hoops for, but it still is just a cool design.
Thaumaturgy just keeps getting the
How many... Oh yeah, I've still got plenty of those scrolls.
You are most
Hardcore, I agree with you, Tumblr. But it's fine in softcore.
See? Stay in.
It's in a fine place in softcore. The Witch, it's like... All three of its ascendancies are at least reasonable. And all of them have some unique things. Like, all of them are best at something. I mean, Occultist is still a very... Like, it's always an A or B tier ascendancy now. Like, it sort of varies league to league which one of those it is, but it's always in there. I do think it's strange having block being there. Like, the best block on the tree is near the Witch, when you sort of think the Gladiator is the ascendancy you associate with block the most. And honestly, I would say, like, that the other strength-based classes should be better at blocking than the Witch. Yeah, attack block is easy to get on gear though, in comparison. Like maybe not to cap, but you get a lot of it on gear.
There's so many more trap spirits in this place.
Alright, so there's a +1 passive point, which is going to be that significant mastery, isn't it? As the other fire mastery, while we're still doing big hits. Alright, what do we got here? Yeah, like you have Recoup in the area, which is like... Recoup is strong. I tell you what would be interesting, if they decided to make the Witch... If they decided to take Fizz damage shifting off gear and put it onto the tree. Kind of like what they did with Suppression. Then the Witch area would be quite interesting, because that would be logically what would go near the Witch. And the Shadow as well.
When I'm ready, and not before.
Yeah, ES Recoup would be really strong. I agree on that. Like, it sort of seems strange that the tankiest witches generally are Divine Flesh based. And the only thing from the Witch area that they use is Recoup. But Fizz shifting into elements... Oh, that's cool, Layflower. Oh, this is that stupid, yeah, excavation boss guy. One thing that's really noticeable, I'm pressing a lot more buttons than you would in Trade League. A lot more buttons. And honestly, if I could consider going to the library and picking up, what's the name of that skill? From the library, Flamethrower Trap would actually be really good here as well, and that would be another button.
I am iced.
Is this thing any good? It is not. Let's go talk to these folks and get Ace Gem. So firstly, Masteries. So we have the... Yeah, crits don't inherently ignite. 100% increased damage with hits and you've already ignited. I am going to have enough ignite for this, aren't I? Yes, I am. That's actually quite good at the moment. That's not forever though. That's something I do not want to keep long term. Okay, golems. Kind of feel I just want the damage golem. I think that's right. Yep, it is. And we were probably going to go work our way down to Divine Judgment next, I think. Yeah, EB is in a spot where it's... EB has quite an impact on design, I think. There's a lot of limits a lot of things GGG can't do because EB exists. I need to take a quick AFK because I've got to get to the loo. Let's just put up the AFK marker. And I'll run a stupidly long ad while I do that. Back soon. Alrighty, I'm back. Let's see if I judge the timing on that stupid ad break right or not. I did. It looks like it's just finished, I think. I hope I'm right on that front. Anyways, good. Let's take off this AFK marker. And then we shall jump back into it in a sec. I just want to very quickly check something in the background on the PoE site. Alrighty, cool. Now, okay, let's go do the 2 mini bosses. Lady Diala.
Not a cockroach.
Hey, Davo, welcome, welcome. You can see what I'm up to at the moment. I have had a lucky drop that I do not currently need, which is a Purity of Elements for Ruthless. That is a lucky drop. Definitely not something you would expect to see this early in the game. And we're pretty weak, as you would expect in Ruthless. I have 2 support gems that are usable, and neither of them are particularly good. We've got Volley, Volley and Phantasm support, which we're just throwing on Fireball because they do something. I mean, Volley's pretty good on Fireball, honestly, but I don't intend to be a Fireballer long term. Though I would use Vial Fireball in a hurry. No Vial side areas in Ruthless though, so I'm not going to find it by chance. And if I do get a Vial Orb, I'm not wasting it on Fireball, so I'm not going to have it. That means the way you would get Vial Fireball in Ruthless is in the Corruption Chamber for gems. Corruption Chamber's a little harder to make than in trade, but it's not much harder.
When I'm ready, and not before.
One of the biggest things that you'll notice that's different to the base game here is just how little gem XP I get. It may not be that visible, but my gems are way behind the level that you would expect them to be here. Ruthless is pretty ruthless when it comes to gem levels. My helmet's my worst item, isn't it? Yeah, it is, definitely. Especially given the resist on it's useless. So basically all I've got is serviceable colours and the 36 life. Or whatever the base defences are, but that's an early game item, isn't it? Yeah, yep. I might actually use some of my corpses, because I don't really want to sit on corpses a long time. They fall off, they sort of get a bit stale. They don't keep up with you. And the minimum level, like the +1 item level crafts aren't that common in Ruthless. So I'm not going to get to endgame and then blow a lot of them in order to be able to use all the corpses I've got now. So I think my helmet's the worst slot that I can do a craft with. Jewelry requires special crafts in this, which I've had one of, but I have used it. Gravecrafts default to 1 mod in Ruthless. So I can only make that up to 3, but I can make it up to 3, and 3 is still good. I'm in trouble, I'm in trouble. Get out of there. No teleport move skills to escape something like that, and I don't have an anti-freeze flask. So I was very close to a death there. YOLOing a strongbox. Always pretty reckless play. Okay, my flame golem +1. It's probably still going to die a lot. Okay, here we go. Karam's stronghold.
When I'm ready, and not
So we are starting, as much as I just said gem levels are falling behind, we did get a bunch of them there. Not like you never get them. Yeah, in hardcore is different though. Like it does encourage you to play differently, to make different decisions to what softcore does. In softcore, it's fine to just YOLO a strongbox and just accept that 1 time in 50 you're going to get screwed by it. Because like you often survive, like I did there. You know, you'll hit the strongbox, it will like you'll get frozen, but you'll still live because you're able to just pop a life flask, and that buys you enough healing to get out of the trouble. Get something like freeze and dead together, you're in trouble. Although monster corpse explosions aren't that bad early game. It's only really late that they become dangerous. By late, I mean like upper yellow maps. Oh, flamethrower trap. was talking about possibly using that. Even throwing one of those things at it. I don't have the dexterity to use it right now. Not even at low level, but let's see how bad is that dex requirement. 42. I am close to a 30 dex node, and I'm gonna... Acrimony is adjacent to one from memory. I want to go to Acrimony soon. Maybe I'll bring that up so that I can use Flamethrower Trap. It's just so having that burst damage is huge. Like, you'll see when I do Calm here that if I had the cooldown trap, even with no specialization into traps, Calm would be a lot quicker than he's going to be.
When I'm ready, and not before.
Alright, so was I right about... Acrimony is... Yeah, it is. So, okay, I'll go here, then I'll go there, then I'll pick the Acrimony cluster up. Is that actually the optimal pathing through there, or could I go... there's those two could be swapped for those two, but that's equivalent. Unless one of these is something I actually want at some point. Oh, there's the... Yeah, refresh duration of... is strong, but not something I'm going to bother with. Cool. Alright. So there's Calm bragging about owning Headhunter. Talking about another head for my belt. Alright, pop goes Calm. Oh, actually it was easier than I thought it would be. He gripped Headhunter for a boss fight, yep. But you gotta see if he actually gets a kill, you know?
You will be remembered.
Actually I can go to the vendor, can't I? I've got probably some stuff to vendor off here. And I did just say I want to go to the Necropolis, didn't I? Everything gets used except for the physical modifiers. We're just going to make a helmet here. It isn't going to be great, but it's probably going to be better than this. And whilst these corpses are like useful, they're not endgame items. I'm not wasting things that I would want at endgame. Okay, armor, helmet, and we probably want to go armor ES, I think. And we can use that. Alright, this is a 4-mod item. And it's guaranteed fall link. Chaos Res, yeah, it's nothing special, but it's probably an upgrade. What do we got currently? 36 life, a bunch more base defenses, yeah. It's an upgrade on that. And it's got that flexibility of being able to... Oh, hang on. Colors are a bit bad on it, though. I'll just chrome it once. Chromatic Orb. That will do. Okay, so we are still sticking in Scorching Ray and Pretty Elements. And we will get rid of the old trash item we used to have there that was from Act 1. Now, I could go with this dex thing instead of the strength one, but I can't do that. I've got items on that require strength currently, yeah. Yeah, I have strength requirements that I'm not going to be able to make without that, so without this amulet, so I can't use this one. And that's fine, that amulet's not any good. I'm keeping it though, as you can see, just having the option. Alright, Doresso is next. So what's our resist profile now? Oh, we are capped. My resists are now capped, and I have positive chaos, not 0. In fact, if I was an occultist, I think my resists would be capped now. Oh, no, you can't get the 60 chaos as second lab, not first. I think I just ditch Scorching Ray once I get Flamethrower Trap. I think they both serve the same purpose of being heavy damage against a single target, but Flamethrower Trap will do it better. It has its own weaknesses, but they're fine. They're very manageable. Oh, good point. Yeah, Tumblr's pointing out that you don't get the Chaos Res in Ruthless. Because Chaos Res is not easy to get in Ruthless. Yeah, a lot of the time when an Ascendancy node has 2 effects, one big, one small, you only get the big effect in Ruthless. That is right. I've forgotten about that. Brutality support, not useful, but good to have for lab. I'm letting that bleed expire. Actually, no, I'll just potion it. I've got 2 flasks for it, don't I? And there's our level up, which means that now we can pick up that 30 dex node we were pathing towards, and we can start using Flamethrower Trap, which we will throw in place of Scorching Ray. And it won't do that much damage yet because the gem level is low, but that will change. It's level 28 currently. Sort of thing that will just get better as we go further in the campaign. And who knows, we'll get some support gems for it potentially. It is a hit skill here. It's not really that... It's not going to do any useful ignites. Our boss went down fast. That's what I want to see. Alright. Next zone. The other advantage I've got that fire mastery that causes me to do a lot more damage against enemies that are already on fire, with my hits. That is not with the ignites. That is actually really strong with flamethrower trap, which inflicts a lot of small ignites on enemies. I'm strong now, yeah. I feel like I took some time to get set up, but I'm also not trying to fly at the moment. I feel like if I was wanting to fly through, I could do the back axe quite fast. Like, I feel this character is currently as strong as I would be in the base game. Maybe a little bit weaker, because I do have less damage. But I've got a lot of defenses. Fireball's actually fine as a skill in the axe. It falls off hard in like about the time you get to tier 14s, but it's fine until then. Note that I don't have Ignite Proliff support. That's the key thing I'm missing for this to be strong, strong, strong. Yeah, armor cremation is a top meta build, top meta leveling setup for a reason. I don't think you want to compare to armor crem. It's like compare to something that's fully functional but not regarded as one of the best things around for leveling. Okay, this is actually a dead end. I misread that zone. I thought I'd actually killed the bosses quickly. I was looking for the third one. And good evening to you, Jabba Felix. Welcome to Ruthless. Doesn't really feel like Ruthless there. Those things died quickly, but that's cooldown traps for you. That was a level 1 flamethrower trap that I just looted, but it was a flamethrower trap that was empowered, not linked to any supports. I don't have any, but empowered by Arcane Cloak, which gets the job done real well. Duresso and Arcane Cloak will be nuts on Duresso, I think. Like, just the cadence of the fight is perfect for it. So you go in here. Wait till he starts. Alright, he's having his tantrum. Here he goes with another tantrum. Didn't even need to get out of that. So it's funny when you deliberately fail the mechanics of the fight because you feel so confident that you're not going to get killed by it. It's like, nah, can't be bothered getting out of that. Alright, now. Probably not. I have to check the numbers on. I'll check the in-game tooltips on that. I think what I have is better, but I'm just going to check that. So, what are we now? 1300. Yeah, it's the same, so I stick with the one that's already got the right. I stick with the one that's already chromed. That flat damage to spells is quite nice, but it also will fall off faster. Yeah, Cold Dot is really good early on. And there's also the non-vortex version of the build as well. If you do feel that the nerf is overwhelming and you don't want to play it, there's the Wintertide brand version.
It's not every day you get to walk into a room. When I'm ready, I'm not.
I think one of the things with Cold Dot is that I don't think it's well placed in Trade League softcore. I think that's its, like, it used to be reasonably well placed in that, but now it's kind of just, it's adequate at everything but extraordinary at nothing. I think that's where the problem is for people who are playing softcore trade. That's kind of not what you want. You want to be extraordinary at something now. Oh, alright, the lightning totem's on me. Gonna fight this. Probably should actually run, but I'm gonna fight it. Clear. Yeah, like in softcore, the best bosses are the ones that are all in on, if I make no mistakes, the boss is dead in 30 seconds of it opening the instance. And if I make a mistake, minus 10%, and then I come back in. That's what makes the best bosses in softcore. Which is just it's just different requirements. Okay, I hate temporal bubbles when your biggest burst damage comes from cooldown traps. Cool. I'm glad to have run away from that fight. I will say, Lightning Storm is a mod that I loathe for performance issues. It's a perfectly fair mod in terms of the way that it works, but it's really rude if you have any, like, you often get slowdown with it. Yeah, the mod's power is fine. It's one of the impactful mods. It never feels unfair, but you always know, it always sort of wakes you up a bit. But it's just the performance issues can sometimes be really obnoxious with it. Okay, we were in the middle of picking up Acrimony. So we took this sidestep. I'm just going to grab Acrimony while we're here. And the Dot Mastery with it. +1 for Arcane Cloak. I think that's actually pretty solid. Like it's not huge, the boost for that when it levels, but it is something that just continues to be more damage. Agree, yeah, it gets worse with multiples of them. It reminds me of the old version of Firestorm, long ago. That is actually kind of... Firestorm of Pelting is kind of the old Firestorm back. The thing is that back then it used to have much worse performance issues. Get out of the bad stuff on the ground. You'll hit the point where there's a bunch of new monster mods, actually. Alright, I think we're close to piety now. Yep. Not going to use any more traps until we actually start the fight, because we want to go bang, bang, bang to start the fight off with.
Be happy for me, sister. It's not often we get to erase our failures.
I did less burst damage than I was hoping. Still adds up, but it's just not explosive. Is she facing that way? Okay. Play the mechanic properly. Don't get hit. Alright, there she goes.
Our mistakes can be our greatest achievements. It was melon.
No crafting bench recipe because Ruthless doesn't have a crafting bench. Okay, we got two of the nastiest... Actually, honestly, three of the nastiest bosses early in the game here. None of them named Malachi. Okay, get our full traps back. Hello, Huzzah! Welcome, welcome. Ah, she got out of the fire. Alright, 1 of 3. Arguably the sketchiest boss in the first 5 acts. Although she didn't seem to play to her usual strength there. Okay, we're a couple of seconds off having full charges. Yep, in we go. Okay, why is she taking so little damage compared to Chevron? Chevron got ripped apart by that initial volley. Or not ripped apart, but got hurt bad by it. Not the same volley off better on Doedre. Oh, of course she eats curses though. Remember that. She nuked my arcane cloak before that bunch of traps triggered. Means they may not have benefited from it at all. And she did it again. Oh, she's down. I always find her the easiest of the three. She hits hard, but she doesn't do anything else. Oh, except eating curses, of course. And the one that does the chaos damage. And he got out of the way. Heskey. I mean, that's just smart play by Malagaro, but still, it's always frustrating when it happens to you. Okay, 3-3. And off to finish this.
You've come.
Expecting you, witch. You and I are about to create the most beautiful of nightmares together. Will you go to bed now, little girl? Or do I need to tuck you in?
Now, Exile!
Die and be reborn.
Hey, yes, Boogie. Welcome, welcome.
What?
Oh, he's... Hey, yes, Boogie. Welcome. Yeah. I find I don't stream a huge amount, partly because if I want to drop something, it's always a stream rather than YouTube videos, or usually it's a stream. Today I just felt like playing some Ruthless. And I haven't got a character in Ruthless. I wanted to test out how the endgame feels in Ruthless now, with all the changes that were made with the scarabs.
Now, let us see if you truly understand what it means to be Nightmare.
Oh, he just poured it out the way. I hate it when that happens. You preload a whole bunch of damage, and Malachi just outsmarts you. They're being like, yep, I see what you're doing there, and you know what? I've got a hard counter to it. Stop trying to be cheesy. It's not going to work. Anyways. Phase 2 done. Try and get some damage in now. Nah, he poured it away again. Because he's too smart for that.
Accept the gift of immortality.
It's funny, I've had some really lucky drops for Ruthless, but they're not useful yet. Like, I have Purity of Elements sitting there being leveled, which is a genuinely top tier drop in Ruthless. Or not top tier, but it's kind of like... it'd be kind of like getting a taste of hate in the campaign in the base game. But I just don't have a use for it yet. He's just... have I advanced the fight? No, I haven't advanced it. He just poured it away from my cooldown trap. Just after I threw 2 of them as well. Before I could stop and throwing the second. Alright, that's phase 4 done. Phase 5 now.
Is the true eternal.
I'm just gonna have to run away and pull this thing away with us. Yeah, that will kill it. That will kill this phase. Just gonna pop a Rune Flare trap or 2 while I've got the health for it. Even that one with Arcane Cloak.
You are being selfish.
So the default timing is once per 3 weeks, but I'm not sure when the last one was, and it's not like that's a hard rule. GGG usually stick to that, but it's not like they promise to stick to it exactly. Alright, there we go. Done. Act 4 out the way. That's if you want to keep your corpses. Honestly, keep in mind they're probably not going to transfer to permanent leagues.
What can I?
And at some point there's some you want to stop picking up. Okay, now
It's until next time.
do we get any... We don't get anything here, do we, from Act 4? From the end of it? I don't think so. I think we just get to go forward
Will go on.
in Ruthless. A new voice lines time. Yes, good point.
A little.
Oh, you get a flask. Wait. Yeah, no, I'm not going to bother with an amethyst flask.
Our hopes are with you.
Ruthless tier rating exists, though. Like, I mean... It's way rarer than it is in the base game, I know that, but it's not like it doesn't exist. That's a substantial point. Dot multi. Oh, you get a lot of dot multi here. Ah, we got a +1 on flamethrower trap finally. That's big every time, because we are using that a lot. Sacred Mana Flask is an upgrade, and as long as we're using our Arcane Cloak, we do want it. Here we are. One of my favourites. Set up a death zone on the end here. In you come. Anything that's following you. Like, you can't do that on every build, but on builds you can. It feels so satisfying to do that. Just like, turn around, kill everything that's chasing you. Sacred Life is an upgrade for Flask in 3. Consecrated Ground and fire resistance is a pain together. Especially given I don't yet have any way to strip resistances. Because I'm playing Fireball and not Wave of Conviction, because this is Ruthless. I could run past this monster, but that just feels wrong. Though to be fair, it would be the right play. Oh, we got quantity in here. If this was the base game, that would mean this is worth clearing the zone out for Chains That Bind cards if it was the start of the league. It's not, and it is Ruthless, so that means divination cards don't exist. So you're not going to be able to do that, but just some useless trivia. And alteration. Armor piece I'll pick up. Probably useless, but we'll check it out. Ambush is an active gem. I'll still pick it up for use in the labyrinth. I think we're getting close to the zone boss now, so I'm not going to use my cooldown traps till we find him. Oh no, I've taken a wrong turn. We're not close to the boss. I've gone the wrong way. A false alarm. Tools of Alteration in one zone is not bad in Ruthless. They're not super rare or anything, but they're not common. Hey DXD, yeah, fine. I mean, it's Ruthless, so it's slow, especially because I'm not trying to be fast. I'm playing in trade, but I haven't traded. So, you know, you got all the limitations that are associated with that. That's the Elk Shard unique, even in Ruthless. But yeah, character's actually stronger than it should be. Arcane Cloak is really pulling its weight as like just burst damage. All right, now this is the boss. And Flame Wall's being its strong self, you know, it's always a strong performer in the axe. That remains the case in Ruthless, even though it's completely unsupported, it still gets the job done. I don't own the support gems that would make it better.
I expected so much more.
Okay, we can pick up another good node here in one more. A very strong node in one more point. Okay, Ruby Ring is almost certain to be an upgrade here. It's like, we basically have nothing on the left ring. That still... Oh no, actually no, I'm wrong, we've changed around gear. We are capped there. Okay, let's go get the Miasmata, which is actually a big power boost. It's Acrimony, the powerful node there. We might also get a level up out of that as well. You see I'm using Flamethrower Trap as well, because Flamethrower Trap just is strong. Like, you don't need to be built around it for it to be a good performer, especially in Ruthless, where you are just generally weaker. Because it's so clunky, it's balanced around the assumption that it needs to do so much damage that it's alright even without support gems. If that makes sense. that actually go down the bottom or not? Nah, hasn't gone off. Oh. You know you can level Righteous Fire as itself now? At least, like, from Act 2. It is actually a functional build all the way through to deep endgame now. Once you get the fire master, once you get the fire res to regen mastery, your character is functional with RF. You'll need to be a Marauder, yeah. Yeah. You need to be a Marauder for that to work. You could do it on a Templar as well, just maybe like 2 or 3 levels slower. And that covers the popular ascendancies for RF now. No one's really playing Elementalist anymore for it. The build still functions as Elementalist, but no one really wants to run it. It's like... Yeah, RF used to be an endgame thing. Like, Rise of the Phoenix was seen as mandatory to get it going. Like, using something other than Rise of the Phoenix was like, oh wow, you've got some impressive gear if you can make your character work with RF without Rise of the Phoenix. Whereas nowadays, Rise of the Phoenix is like, it's something that you probably don't bother trading for. You use it if you get it. But you probably don't bother trading for it these days. It's like, if you get it, great. Slap it on, get rid of it later on. Kind of like, not even Skaver. Skaver you're more likely to trade for. Exactly, life regen, and also life regen from the passive tree. Like, you get tremendous amounts of life recovery on the tree now. Like, that fire mastery is the thing that makes it all work. I think that one mastery is more than you got on the entire tree previously. Yeah, exactly. You never took life regen on gig before. Even chess pieces, though, it was not high. Getting gem levels happening. I'm not going to resolve them until after the fight, though. This guy actually hits pretty hard if you can't kill his minions instantly, which isn't a... That's a good level, though. Oh, good pack of gem levels, I mean. Not actually a level. The only thing I'd want more than that is getting Flamethrower up. Alrighty. Out we go. We're out the square. And And we shall quickly go to the waypoint. Jump back to town because I've got a big passive point waiting for me here. And actually the next one's pretty good too. But that'll come from a level up. Acrimony. I wasn't actually going to take this first. I was going to take something else, but I ended up taking it first because it will interrupting my skill grimmage down here because I had something else to pick up on the way, which was at 30 dex. And I got access to the 30 strength as well. Okay, this is a big change here. I think I'll take the granite flask here. And I just equip it there. I don't think Chieftains are good spellcasters because of damage. Okay, that's actually pretty solid, but I'm not going to get it to blue, and I don't have the strength. I can't make the strength work, but that would be a solid piece of kit. I'm wearing stances, cannot evade, which is fine. Cannot be stunned is nice, but it's just not going to work. No, I mean, I'm not going to be able to get... Oh, I could get blue-green. No, what's the green on it? Flamethrower trap is essential, but it could be here instead. I lose chaos rares. I gain more, though. No, the armor's really low. It's like maybe... It's a side grade at the moment. It can just get vended for elk shards. Oh, so you're saying play as a Righteous Fire character, but you have the spellcasting. So, like, if you were to be a Righteous Fire character who also supplements their damage with, say, Flamethrower Trap, I think you could make that work. I feel Chieftain damage is going to feel a bit low. Like, you're going to really struggle with the Black Star if you do that. Shrek Boss will be a bit rude, but Black Star will be brutal. Ah, wrong way. I'm from Australia, Hakunen. Melbourne in Australia. I grew up, I've lived most of my life except for a period where I was in Sydney. Turquoise Amulet. It's Dex Int, unlikely to be... yeah. If it was Citrine, I would definitely be keen to use that. I think it's Citrine that's Strength Dex. Whatever it is, the Strength Dex one I would have been more keen to use. Set up a kill zone. Kill lots of them. We'll tap this strongbox as well. Probably not worth it, but we'll do it anyway. Yeah, that was rubbish. One thing you'll notice is that mechanics like strongboxes and that are just a bit rarer in Ruthless than the base game. Almost nothing adds them deterministically. Scarab's the exception, really. And you'll get them occasionally. That works for most League mechanics, really. Like, you won't get them reliably. Alright, almost to innocence now. Let's pick up our passive point, which is going to be the could go duration of ailments on enemies or conditional dot multi. You know, I'm actually not going to pick anything yet. I'll just sit on that. I'll go get the ignite chance instead. And like the whole cluster is good down there. Scarring Orb. They're actually very, very, very tight in Ruthless. You won't have many of them at all. And a few mechanics really want more of them. Oh, fun fact, this is Dominus's office. Here. Useless information for you. At the moment I'm spamming Fireball, but that's not going to last. Like at the moment I'm hitting more than igniting. Although I do have reasonable ignites. That's why I'm, for the moment I'll pass up that. I'll just go, I'll pick up Acrimony like I already have. But I'll save the Mastery to decide later. Because, like, honestly, a lot of my damage at the moment is coming from Flamethrower Trap with Arcane Cloak. You know, just having a bunch of extra flat damage added to it, and it hits a lot. Yeah, I agree. That's a good mastery as well. That's the other one that's on my radar. Like, honestly, I think there's almost everything in that cluster is good. Cruelty isn't, because I don't. Oh, maybe I'd actually. I'd even use Cruelty support if I got it. I know. So yeah, Cruelty would be fine too. It's like it's... I'm going to just keep it flexible. I +1 my Flamethrower Trap just in time for Innocence, which is going to be great. Because again, Innocence is one of those fights where the cadence of the fight plays well to the strengths of a cooldown trap. +1 modifier is great on that that thing there. Although I'll need to get a item as a ring probably before I really want to use it. Alright, Chamber of Innocence can be a bit rough, just checking what the mods are, and they're harmless.
Something's here. Something different.
Something's here, something different.
Not before.
Alright, let's pick up a bunch of monsters together. Drop a big cooldown trap. Incoming Mana Siphon mod. Once more, gems are falling way behind in level now. So I'm kind of curious what we're up to. Requires level 36, 37. 36, yeah. So, well, like, my gems are 8 levels behind me at the moment. That's causing me to have a big fall off in damage. It's kind of like being down and in power support. Like, you take your take a character in the mainstream league and they've got in power support, and you then remove that. That's kind of the amount down that we are here, just by virtue of gem levels. And that'll stay the case. I think I'll stay 8 levels behind Zone most of the rest of the campaign. Alright, let's gather a bunch of stuff up, drop down a couple of cooldown traps, and burn it down. Curious how long my Flame Golem stays up now, and whether it dies mostly to bosses or whether it just dies to everything that sneezes at it. Unfortunately, it's going to be far behind the zone levels as well, which means minions actually have a real problem with that in Ruthless. Minions don't have enough hit points in Ruthless because their life is tied to their gem level, and that falls behind a lot. Okay, we're going to tap this. Oh no, it's not a strongbox. It's a environmental law thing. Haystorer hasted. Sadly, doesn't drop a Haystorer. That would be a bit too lucky though. Purity of Elements and Haste both drop in one run. Flame Golem just +1'd. That should help it keep alive a bit better. Still not well, but a little bit better. D4 bad AI music stuff. I have not, no. I have seen I have actually at karaoke. I have sung one of those recent AI music songs. Was I glued my balls to my butthole again? Oh my God, what did I do? I can't take a dump. Now my balls are blocking up my butthole. It just continues like that, except it gets sillier and sillier. It is really funny. I'm pretty sure it was human written though. Like, it's sort of something that then was like, it was really good. And there's also the It's Time to Take a Dump on Company Time was gold as well. I think you can. Automod might or might not allow it. Obscurus Vinyl is correct, yeah. There's also a couple of parodies of Obscurus Vinyl, or not parodies of, like a couple of copycat Obscurus Vinyls as well. What was the other one that was really good? Who left the floater in the pool tonight? I think it was, or something like that. That was really good. It sounds like an actual Skid Row song. Like, you'll listen to it and you'll be like, is this a real Skid Row song? Like, did the singers get drunk and then do a meme song? It really sounds like it. You've been playing a bit. I used to host karaoke. That's the closest to a DJ I've ever been. But yeah, I could imagine that being gold. I'd imagine that being gold at a gig. Well, let me think of some other ones. She'll probably not get slammed by Avarius. It's like, I will survive it, but I also should just not rely upon surviving things like that you just should not ever get hit by. I'll catch up with chat after Innocence is dead, because this is sounding funny. You have to know your gigs well. Like, that was the thing with karaoke. I knew that my gig at Edinburgh Castle in Sydney, that was one where you would definitely be like, you could do a over the top song there. My Bondi gig, it would not offend people, but it wouldn't go down very well either. Like, people wouldn't be laughing. Whereas there's gigs where you just couldn't do that at all. But if you're a patron, who cares? You know, if you're karaoke, it's just like, oh yeah. It's like, maybe it doesn't go down well. Well, that doesn't matter. It's not your gig. Everyone's drunk and half naked by the end of the night. God, I never had anything that crazy. Even hosting during Mardi Gras once in the Sydney CBD. Like, the silliest it would get would be me singing Wuthering Heights. Bullet hell. Eek, get away. Here and dodge it. Oh, not again. Another bullet hell, just as we were about to finish the fight too. Like, right near the end of the fight. Yeah, the bullet hell is, it's fine. Remember, you can survive a hit or two.
I've conquered one god already.
And of course, you can always you can always escape out if you have to as well. Like, you can always portal out. You really don't want to log out. You would never log out in softcore, because if you log out, you have to restart the fight. If you're in hardcore, you'd do it. And you do have a movement skill. Like, I have quick step. It's bad, but it works.
I like
It does get blocked by statues, but you've got to know where the statues are. None of those bullet hells in none of those bullet hells did I know where the statues were, because I'd been forced to run away from something else, or either forced to run away or I elected to run away from something else. Sometimes you got like a couple of options, and yeah, when I used to host as Boogie, like one of the venues was very LGBT friendly, but wasn't what you would term a gay bar. Like it was something that was like that you would get a lot of groups of mixed sexualities coming along because they'd know everyone would have a good time. And that like probably have the bar would be like maybe 30% LGBT, 70% straight on most nights, or most karaoke nights. I think there's a difference though. Like there's what you term a there's like there's like venues that are sort of more of a hookup scene, as my understanding of the scene, and then there's ones that are more just like I say, people that are where you get a lot of mixed groups. And Edinburgh Castle, when I was hosting there, was very much that. Like, it was very much the mix. Alrighty, Ruin Square. Getting close to the front end of the axe being done. It's been a long one because I haven't tried to go fast, and when you don't try to go fast, you don't. And Ruthless is inherently a lot slower than the base game. I feel we got the foundations of a good character for the back axe. In this world where every character power-up actually does matter. Because you need it now, not that you need it in the future, but you need it now. Which is what I like about Ruthless. It's like, I could kill Katava now, but I don't know that I'd have a good time killing Brine King now. I'll probably get it down, but it'd be like a 3 to 5 minute fight. And any deaths, and mistakes would kill me, and they'd feel crushing. Because then he gains 40% health, so 100,000 health if you die. And after that you have Arakali. I feel like Arakali would have too many hit points for me to kill now. Whereas if you took a character that, like, in softcore was at this point in progression, in the non-Ruthless version of the game, you'd be able to kill Arakali on them. Maybe not Deathless, but you'd get him down. Guardian's Blessing support. Can't use that at all. Like, I can't see any use case for that. I'm sure that I'm keeping it anyway because every support is relevant. That would have been tense, Tumblr. That would have been a tense one. How were you for being able to survive if you made mistakes? I assume you'd die to Empowered Flame Blast, dubious on Empowered Stormcall, and you'd die if you hit the Mirror Clone, but otherwise you'd be fine. Like, you'd certainly be able to eat a spear and live. Oh, yep. Yeah. Okay, so that's one less mistake you can make.
The more I feel of divinity, the more I want it.
The more I feel of divinity, the more I want it. These witch clones, as you say, the witch stuff that the witch says is cool. So that uncarved gemstone is something that doesn't exist in the base game. These are the currency that are used to buy skill gems off Sayosa. If you want to pick anything up from there. Okay, bad. Not good enough compared to the great thing I've got there. And I'm not going to use you either. Spears were 30%. So you survive a crit from the spears, in other words. Strength is important at the moment. This doesn't have strength. I'm going to throw a transmute anyway. No, Commander.
Remember, we do this for freedom.
Alright, we're going to take the bottom path to Divine Judgment. Divine Judgment's a good node anyway. Yeah, Empowered Flame Blast is definitely a one-shot, but Empowered Stormcall is the one that's more going to mess you up. So it's basically die only on a crit. And again, you should not get hit by Empowered Stormcall. That's a big mistake to get hit by that.
When I'm ready, do not.
Yes, they hurt. The split face flame blasts hurt. There's also her mass storm call. It's a bit harder to dodge. It's not lethal, but it's a bit like this is singleton phase, not split. It's very easy to get hit by. Alright, this is Ichula down here. I'm not sure whether this is a worthwhile quest to do or not. Guess we'll find out. I don't think it is, but... eh. Ichula monologues for ages there in this fight. Like, it just drags, that monologue. Oh, yep. The trio is rough without CV. Do you have at least a CV cleanse? Even if you're not outright immune, just having a cleanse is really important there. Alright, I guess we can just go forward. Occasionally pop Arcane Cloak to do some damage. When you're saying intermissions, you mean in the trio, right?
When I'm ready.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. There can be a lot of damage in there. I mean, they're magic packs and your character's weak. Like, they're going to add up a bit. I think they bias on the meanest side in Atsuri as well. Like, you've got all those Vile Spitters that have the Chaos, that attack with Chaos damage, or Fizz partially converted to Chaos anyway. Flamethrower is now 4, which is getting there. Yeah, it really is one of those hardcore things that the boots are worth something. Like, they've got value day one in softcore, but they're never a chase item because people are like, oh, I'll just compromise and not have suppression. And then I'll wait until they become cheap and then I'll pick it up if I care. Yeah, nothing's a real item there. Okay, we'll just vendor that. That's just safe to vendor. That I want to keep. And we now get our chance to freeze Shock Ignite. Goes up. No, it's the suppression move speed. They're just really high stat boots. Suppression move speed and something else. Yeah, they are legit good items, though.
I'm ready and not before.
Like, the Atsuri boots are something you're happy to use for a long time. Even in softcore, like, they're pure defense items, defense move speed. But even in softcore, you probably won't replace them until, like, 120 Atlas bonus, usually. Yeah, it's got life as well, doesn't it? I knew there was something else on it. I think the Atsuri boots are to... the Atsuri boots are to early mapping what Goldrum is to the axe. It's like this item that's really good, even though you will eventually get better. By the time you get better, it's you've got a lot of value out of the item that you've upgraded past. Juggernaut Bone Shatter is probably one that I would consider. Yumbler has some other ideas as well in chat. Tumblr generally starts... Like you said, you had a lot of success with Cold Dot this league in Hardcore. Yeah, learn what mobs do is another... Another thing is that you kind of don't need to go beyond... Like, if you're wanting to get to 90 in Hardcore, you don't really need to go beyond Tier 8 maps. And you can do transmuted... Like, you do them once rare, but then after that you can do them transmuted. Pay a lot of attention to the Necropolis as well. Necropolis mods are brutal. It's going to be the case that sometimes you'll want to abandon a map because of the Necropolis mods that roll on it. The other thing I think is really important is learning bosses that have, like, you know, one thing, for instance, Kitava has a rubbish toss that you never really notice in softcore, but that has killed me in hardcore before. That's the one there. The move that was, like, just on the corner of my screen before. So there's obvious stuff like the X Factor there that is like stands out, but then there's stuff that's just much more subtle that can still kill you. Ignite DD, okay. Tumblr will have more familiarity than me on that. Ignite DD takes quite a bit of experience with the build to play well in hardcore, though, doesn't it? Like, it's a build it's very, very strong, but it's also very easy. Like, it has a bunch of non-obvious interactions. Yeah. I agree entirely with that. Don't blink forward. That's something that will kill you all the time. There's the rubbish toss. And there it was again. Yeah, that's killed me in hardcore before. You want mostly defense, but you don't want to be totally 0 DPS. Because then monsters live longer and you get swarmed if you're purely defensive. Yeah, you don't even need to do Black Star for 90. And be aware of what stuns you as well, and have some sort of mitigation of stun. Is that the last phase, or is there one more? I can never remember this one. I think that's the last phase. Yep. Angry Kitty. Alright, that's the front half of the axe done. Our resists are still very serviceable. If you're getting to 70, you can get to 80 in transmuted white tier maps. Probably even 83. And then from there you can get the rest of the way in low yellows.
I've never had to pay the price for my ambition.
Don't underestimate lab traps. Partly because lab traps make you want to blink forward. Like Mystic was, someone was saying before. Yeah, Madeldris was saying before, like blinking forward is a killer, and lab will make you blink forward because of traps. So don't YOLO strongboxes. Basically, don't play like I play. Yeah, if the map has Revenants, maybe nope out. Those are the monsters that are found in Blood Aqueduct, in particular, that do their own version of corpse explosions.
When I'm ready, and not before.
There'll be other stuff as well, but part of it you'll learn just from the odd failure. Hopefully won't be too. Hopefully you won't have to, but en route to 90. Revenants are kind of sketchy because they're not that dangerous early in progression, but they get really dangerous, like, even by Act 9, they're pretty sketchy. But they just get worse from there. Bleed is also much worse in hardcore as well. Yeah, the other thing that, like, the monster mod Savage, which is just percentage increased monster damage, is much more dangerous than it sounds. Because it multiplies with pretty much everything else. I had a Purity of Elements drop, yes. I had a Purity of Elements in Act 3. I'm not using it yet, but I'm leveling it. That was filthy, hey. 5 to find. Yeah. Oh, there they are. Perfect. I love the reaction when people that are familiar with Ruthless see that I've got one of the most desired gems in the mode. I think 4 Void Stones would be Juggernaut, surely. Tumblr?
You freed them. While you've been skulking about, I've managed.
Like, it's just that much more. You have to learn Maven, Uber Eldar, and honestly even Shaper, but Juggernaut can survive mistakes. You want to be like Bone Shatter or something similar. Doesn't have to be Bone Shatter specifically, but you just have the ability to endure a couple of screw-ups, even pretty big ones. Like, you want to be able to survive a Shaper Slam. Everything in Maven that'll kill you is, well, is everything telegraphed. Like, coil beams you can get out, you can log out of, if you get clipped by a coil beam. Circle Slam isn't going to kill you on a tanky character. Cascade of Pain isn't going to kill you on a tanky character, although it'll rip apart a squishy. Yeet Balls of Fire isn't going to kill you. Although that's the hardest to tank, one of the hardest to tank on Uber. The only thing that'll really wreck you on Uber Maven is if you get the... Oh, sorry, on non-Uber Maven, on a Juggernaut, is if you get one of the very worst map bosses to spawn. Fun fact, there is no Pantheon in Ruthless. Yeah, Defile Cathedral's a horrible one. Any of them, like Alira, actually doesn't have to be Soul Eater Alira either. It can just be base Alira. She's heinous to get in there. Oh, lots of gem levels here. That's what we want to see. Like, really, any chaos damage boss can be sketchy. Hey, FS. Yep. I've actually, this stream I've done, it has been from the start. I'm up to Act 6. It's been reasonably slow pace. There's also Vol, if you're going to talk, so Wasteland Boss, if you're going to talk about things that give you constipated ground. I wouldn't have thought about that with Brutus. That's sketchy. Oh yikes, taking a lot of damage here. Where's all that from? There's no sketchy Necropolis mods in here. I think it was the rare. I didn't actually see what the mods were on it. But it felt like it was where the damage was coming from. Yeah, that is cool. Like, honestly, like, that's one of those things that you can't be angry about. That's a cool ending to your character's story. Like, that's just like, oh, gold amulet. Oh, very well rolled. That gets an alchemy, I think. I think this is good enough to warrant my one and only alchemy orb. Gold amulets are nuts in this game mode because rarity is so strong. Yeah, yep. YOLO Elk on this. Dex, spell damage, ES is fine. I don't think I have the strength to function without that. So next gem level I can... Oh, sorry, next character level I can pick up a 30 strength node. Yeah, I have seen the Worm Death. The Worm Death was unfortunate. That was just one of those big mistakes. Very painful lesson one. Alright. So yeah, if you're wondering why I took the gold amulet so seriously, rarity is just really strong in Ruthless. Like, it feels incredibly powerful. At least that's my experience in past leagues when I've played Ruthless. I'm talking specifically about rarity as a player stat there. Found on gear. Because you can't get zone rarity in Ruthless. Okay, that has nowhere near the damage output that I thought over the whole spell. Of carnage, oh god. The puns. We all love puns here, but sometimes you have to delve deep to find them. Nocturnal Caress. Maybe that's good enough? What do I got currently? Oh, yeah, I don't think it is.
The soil wants for your blood no more.
Yeah, no. What I've got is better than Nocturnal. And I got it in Act 3. Okay, let's duck back to town already. Because that skill point is a huge one.
First Nessa, you
And we grab the strength. And we then go gold amulet on. I just bricked our resistances a bit more. You know, I think it's maybe time for some... maybe time to find some aura that we could maybe put on at this point that might fix that. That's really bad. Yeah. I think we probably do that. Which does, unfortunately, have the side effect of making my Arcane Cloak not very good anymore. Let me just check that. How much damage is it giving me? Let me move first. I'm only 20% on Fireball. Okay, let's check the same thing on Flamethrower Trap. It's like, yeah, it's only 20-something%. Okay. There we go. The listed damage numbers make this Flamethrower Trap look terrible, but it just hits a lot of times. It's not amazing, but it's pretty solid for the action you spend throwing it. Alright. Okay. Sort of sketchy mods in this zone. Shouldn't be the end of the world. Ah, wrong way. Of course. It's always the opposite way to the portal. Fun fact, a lot of people don't seem to know, this zone is actually the plateau tile set. Just with a different palette. Not an exact match, but it's very close to it. This the campaign one has a couple more dead ends. Something I'm curious, so people who've been playing Ruthless a lot this league, the node on the Atlas passive tree that causes scarabs to bias towards rarer scarabs, is that an effect you actually want in Ruthless? Like in base game it is, because you get so many of the normal scarabs even with it that you don't really care about them. Gorge, yeah. Honestly, I don't think Gorge would be... Well, Old Gorge would feel terrible now because it was so empty. But yeah, it was basically just a Strand variant, which was better lit. Yeah, there's a lot of the climb as well in this.
I must have jinxed myself. Here we go again.
I can't hear the words "the climb." I can't hear without immediately thinking of that Miley Cyrus song. I think I somehow missed it entirely when that song came out, and then I heard it at karaoke and was like, "Oh, that's actually quite a good song." Just because I'd never heard it when it came out, so I never got sick of it. Ah, creates a ring. Very nice. Very nice corpse there in Ruthless. Because that can be a rare amethyst ring once you get the other pieces for it. Which is mostly getting your +1 explicit modifier 5 times. I don't know. I think Adorned is probably something they might keep the Adorned around because it's a less disruptive broken chase item than Mageblood or Headhunter are. Like, it serves the same role, but it encourages running diverse content. And yeah, I don't know. I don't feel like Adorn needs a nerf so much. Like, if Adorn needs a nerf, Mageblood needs it too. And Mageblood needs it more.
Belief is the strongest metal of them all.
So yeah, if I was going to nerf one chase item, I would I'd remove the 25% increased effect prefixes on flasks, or I'd modify them in some way so that they're not as strong with Mageblood. And I would leave Adorned as it is. Corrupt Implicits make it rare. That would be pretty severe as a nerf on Adorned. It wouldn't kill the item completely. I think where I want to path to next. Probably Searing Heat, isn't it? Yeah, I got all that chance to ignite as well, which I actually need because it's Ruthless. So that's 3 points from there. It's 4 points from there, but that gives me access to other stuff. Yeah, and I feel it just, as I say, it just incentivizes running diverse content. Kind of like the Utmost Amulet is also potentially a really bastardly strong. And like the other thing they could do to, this is a nerf of the Adorned, they could just add another really strong jewel, like on the power level of Impossible Escape. That would be something that's not a nerf of the Adorned, but that would make it feel a bit weaker. You could make Voices 1 Legacy. Like a bunch of things they could do if they wanted to, but I don't feel there's a pressing need to. I'm just trying to check this stuff out. Mr. Crane, that would be very, very dangerous with the Adorned. Because that would be 2 prefixes on the Adorned. And that's something I'd be very cautious of. Like, that's actually one of those things where there's game design. That's like something that I think would be completely harmless if Adorned didn't exist, but with Adorned existing, it would be really sketchy. No, it wouldn't. Sorry. Mystic Rain said suffixes, so that could be magic if it's +1 and -1. If you don't believe me, FS, go grab yourself a. You don't need a helical ring. You can use the manifold ring, the cheap one, and see what happens when you scour it, then you transmute it, and then you alteration it and augment it. You'll be able to get it as the manifold ring, the reverse helical. You can get 2 prefixes on a magic. I did a video on that in the last days of 3.23, and then it ended up not applying because it used Veiled Orbs. Veiled Chaos Orbs, sorry. It ended up getting kind of crangled by this League's betrayal changes. If it had the text of the heist ones, it would work. We're talking about something with the heist text. It would. The text is like +1 max prefix, -1 max suffix, or vice versa. The high spaces are kind of weird like that, but. Now, what they could do is make a heist duel that said -1 max prefix, -1 max suffix, and this and increased X% increased effective mods on this duel. That could work. That would have an additive effect with the Adorned, but you'd need to use split beasts in order to get a magic one at all. And you wouldn't be able to craft it after it's split. There's just a bunch of weird corner cases in this game. You may have noticed that since I equipped that amulet that has a 19% rarity implicit on it, I'm just getting a lot more rare items than I was before. That's going to continue, and that's the reason I invested an elk into that base, is because I'm just going to be able to recoup that elk probably just by IDing those rares, and then ID those rares and then vendor the ones that have elk shard uniques, elk shard mods on them. Yeah, that's correct. What Mandaldrus is saying is correct. I tested that in 3.23 and put out a video that was based on it. although that was specifically the manifold ring. And some weird crafting stuff you could do with it that was, like, reasonably solid for a budget craft last league, but then didn't work after the changes, or not in a budget. Could still technically do it, but it's not worth it. Then do it with essences. Then you're starting to look at helicals, because most of the essences with rings that are good, the locked mod, or the specific essence mod is usually a prefix mod rather than a suffix. Sorry, it's usually a suffix, not a prefix. Oh, good old Soul Eater. We'll pick up an ID this wand. Let's just have a quick look at it and throw it back on the ground. And I'll just duck out at this point.
Good tidings to you.
I'll just sit on Loctonia for the moment.
That would just make life complicated.
And of note, +1 maximum prefix does not apply to scoured items, which is weird. Well, I guess everything about those things is weird. The other thing that you may not know with those is they have a really weird interaction. All those high spaces have a really weird interaction with split beasts, where they can get into states that can't otherwise exist. Like a manifold ring with 1 prefix, 1 suffix that's magic. But you can't benchcraft it without making it rare, because it still has 2 mods on it. Oh, I'm being really clumsy here. I should stop getting hit. Like, these are all telegraph slams. I shouldn't be being hit by telegraph slams, even if I can survive them. Yeah, simplex with one prefix, 1 suffix as magic is the best example of that weirdness. Because that's genuinely really strong to do that with simplex or focused. Side note, is it just me that thinks the focused amulet is stronger than the simplex? Like, the trade market clearly doesn't agree, because they're definitely the same rarity as each other, yet the simplex is way more valuable usually. I think it's a hangover from last league where it was even more of an MF meta than now. Yeah, focus is +4 gems. Whereas simplex tends to be two classic influence mods. Yeah, like, I mean, crit multi, I mean, it depends on your build, but if you're playing something that scales with gem levels is better than crit multi. Playing, like, lightning arrow, yeah, crit multi is better.
It seems that those who don't learn from their mistakes are doomed to repeat them.
Alright. I'll take a quick AFK at this point. Jump back to town. Probably won't be going that much longer, but I'm not going to finish immediately either. Alrighty, I'm back. Okay. AFK message goes away. And let's see what we got here. Oh yeah, we're good to go. Yeah, I think one of the other things is a lot of attack builds would want to at least seriously consider rebuilding around Crystallized Omniscience at some point. That sort of budget. Not necessarily always going to be the right call, but it's at least something that feels like it's a commonly going to be the right choice over running a simplex amulet. There's 50. Hang on, what was that drop back there? Just a wisdom. Really should get my filter going for Ruthless. This one chromatic. I tell you what would be a really interesting tier 17 level fight. An Uber Abrath. One that has like slightly different mechanics on the trash monsters, perhaps. Have it so that yeah, they just are more impactful than they are in that. Yeah, Tumblr, the hardcore player, is like, no, kill it with fire. But maybe not fire, because that's what Abrath uses. I like this fight a lot. Like, there's a lot of complex stuff going on in it, but it's all understandable. And when you die, it feels like your own fault, except sometimes like at the start of the cross-screen barrage. Here's a cross-screen barrage now, but... Oh no, he's doing a single target. Alright, there he goes. Alright, well, no Pantheon for me, because this is Ruthless, and you don't... No Pantheon here. Randomized Adjacent is probably actually more useful in this than normal. And if nothing else, it has a use of just, if you want to up the item level of stuff. I've got to get rid of that Loctonial. I don't think I want to... Do I want to vendor it? Yeah, I do. I'm never going to use it. Very, very much a fight you can die on. Yes. Alright, Loctonial's gone. I don't need it. It's a fair bit of fighter spells. That's a better package than what we've got. Oh yeah, it's got 10% to ignite as well. Oh yeah, that's massive. That's an upgrade and a half. Got to chrome that to get a second blue, do we? Probably not, actually. Arcane Cloak's not likely to be used much longer. Anyways, that's definitely an upgrade. Just as is. To be honest, if I was in Gauntlet, I would not put that boss into a 10-way. Unless you got absolutely screwed by destructive play. Not destructive play itself, but the nodes leading up to it that put random bosses into your Maven 10-ways. If you got screwed by one of them putting Abrath in, I don't think it bricks the fight necessarily, but it's sketchy. He's just a dangerous monster. Oh, it was before Atlas. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I don't think... I think the mistake wasn't the play mistakes, it was putting that boss in there. Here we go. We're getting a lot of rares now, courtesy of the... courtesy of getting the... What do you call it? Rarity item. Still the point where I'm going to pick them up. I'm going to vendor my old thing. I should have done that already. And I could clean out my inventory and actually use my stash for the first time. Maybe I'll do that soon. Boots are unlikely to be an upgrade, but it's not impossible. I'd have to be very lucky to get an upgrade on them, because I've got 20% move speed. And it's 2 mods, like with a live second mod, I think, as well. I don't think it's good, but I think it's live. What do we got currently? Fire S15, yeah. So that's a live mod. It's got rarity on it, so I'll vendor for an elk shard. 20% move speed. Mana Dex, that's a side grade. What sort of level are you thinking, FS? Are you thinking like equip at 30, take off at 75? Are you thinking equip at 1, take off at 60, like Tabula? Or are you thinking like something that's equip at 1, use to 80, like 7 League Step? You know what they used to have that was cool? It was the Delve exclusive mods for flat damage on gloves. Those are crazy early game. Izzy Boogie, the 4 bosses you would have put in would have been Cyrus Awakener of Worlds. And Cyrus Awakener of Worlds gives you an Atlas. It gives you a Atlas favorite. What do you call it? A favorite map unlock, and also has the notable drops from it. Thread of Hope is extremely valuable if you get it from the non-Uber version. The most common one is Crown of the Inward Eye, I think, and there's Hands of the High Templar. Are the two common drops, I think, and then Thread of Hope is valuable. I think they're the ones from regular Cirrus, and then the Uber version has Oriath's End, Savior as ultra rare, Oriath's End as rare, Massive Thread of Hope as common, and the Bleed Boots is uncommon. So yeah, that's Cirrus Awakener of Worlds, who was the end boss of the game from patches 3.9 to 3.16. The endgame bossing is confusing, yes. So the most important thing, because I'm on a character that's not in the Atlas yet, so I can't really showcase you. You will have picked up Void Stones, right? At the moment, I'm assuming you have 2 of them. The next one that you're likely to get is the Maven, which will be your 3rd one. Maybe you did the Maven before Cirrus. So that's probably milestone 3. They're grey. The names are Constriction, Purification, Enslavement, and I can't think of the other one, but those are 3 of them. Those are 3 of the older ones. They're grey. So here's the way it works, right? You have your Shaper fragments, which are square and colourful. So they are Phoenix, Chimera, and 2 others. You have the grey ones, which are the Elder. These will get you to mini bosses called the Shaper and the Elder, respectively. The Elder is easier than Cirrus, who you just killed. The Shaper is harder than Cirrus. But they're both sort of about the same ballpark. When you complete those, they will give you a fragment from another thing, which will be Knowledge, Shape, Emptiness, and Terror from memory. Those 4 fragments don't look like they fit together, and they go to the Uber Elder. Uber Elder is not an Uber boss. Again, this is all confusing. Yeah, Shape is harder, Tumblr. It's more unforgiving. Try Shaper on a character with low defenses and low damage at League start. It's compared to Cirrus, where... Yeah, anyways. What I'll do is I'll jump to a character that has that relevant tab. So I'll jump to my real character in a sec. I'll jump off Ruthless. Let me just get to a waypoint. A waypoint forward. And then once we've done that, I am picking up that gem for Cruel Lab, in case I want to take it in. Yeah, exactly what Ninja and Spandex is saying, but I just need to know where they are on the thing, so I think it'll be easier if I show you the things. Can you... Oh, yikes, let's get away from that. Blasted lightning totems. Oh! Alteration. Being in Ruthless, they're much stingier to get them than in the base game. Okay, so let's go to town. Now, the memory of the... it's fine, mate. I don't mind. I'll happily find this info for you. So, let's start with the question of Voidstones. You probably have 2 of these at the moment, and you're looking for your other 2. Maybe you have 3 of them at the moment. So these come from Searing Exarch, Eater of Worlds, which you will get to... You will have already killed them if you've killed Cirrus. There's basically no chance you haven't found them by now. Then there is the Maven, and there is Uber Elder. Let's talk quickly about the Maven first. So, the Maven comes from Maven's Writs, which come from Crescent Splinters. The usual third one will be 10 Crescent Splinters make a Maven's Writ. You get 1 Crescent Splinter from doing the Maven's 10-way fight. You get additional Crescent Splinters for doing the encounters with Maven Witness if you do those Atlas mini-bosses. So bring up the map tab, and in this tab you have your Atlas mini-boss maps. So this will be the 4 that you did, the Conquerors that you did that gave you Cirrus. You also have the Elder ones, and you have the Shaper ones in that order. So when you kill Shaper Guardian bosses with Maven Witness, once you've killed the full set of 4 of them, you'll get an option on your map device. Actually, let's do this from Hideout instead. You'll get an option in your map device that will allow you to track where you're at with these invitations. So you'll see that for the Formed, I'm not flagged at all. For the Twisted, I've done the Purifier and the Constrictor. I need the Enslaver and the Eradicator. For the Forgotten, which we'll get to in a sec, it's a bit different. I need Rewritten and Augmented. I have the other 2. For the Hidden, I'm flagged. For the Elder Slayers, I'm flagged. For the Feared, I need Chayula and Alluring Abyss. So, when you're ready for one of these, Kirak will bring them up here. If you go into one of these, it will then be here and you can roll it. These are much harder than the 10-way fights. These are... You just said you just did Cirrus. Depending on your character, I think you'll find that all of the Maven's invitations are harder than Cirrus. But not necessarily much harder than Cirrus, but they will be harder. Anyways, beating any of those encounters will award you with your Crescent Splinters. When you have 10 Crescent Splinters, they'll automatically become a Maven's Writ. The ones that are oddballs there that don't use the map, that don't use those Atlas mini bosses, there's Breachstones. A set of 4 of these Breachstones will get you to Maven's Invitation, the Hidden. There's the Forgotten, which is the Synthesis bosses. So they come from Augmented Distant Memory, Altered Distant Memory. These have to be Maven Witness, Rewritten and Twisted. So you need to do a set of those, then do the 4 bosses at once with the Maven present. And there's the Feared, which is 5 endgame bosses. So that is the Maven side of things. The harder the invite you do, the more Crescent Splinters you get. And from memory, you get... the 4-way fights will give you 3 or 4 Crescent Splinters, and that will be amped up by the quantity on the zone. The 10-way fight will give you 1, and the Feared... Is the Feared baseline 5 or is it baseline 6? It's baseline 6, right? That means invite the Feared. Someone in chat will know, but it's either 5 or 6 to do the Feared Scoured. I don't have a character that's up to the Feared at the moment in this league. I haven't been doing bossing. So I've sort of neglected my character's ability to do boss killing. Okay, so that's the Maven side of things. Let's talk now about the Uber Elder encounter. This is defeat the memory of the Shaper in the Elder's realm. This is probably going to be your 4th Void Stone, although sometimes it varies. These are your Elder Guardian fragments. They come from these Elder Guardian maps. These are the Shaper Guardian maps, and they will give you the Shaper Guardian. They'll give you the Shaper Guardian Shaper access keys. These are the Cirrus ones. These are the ones you did. Presumably, if you killed Cirrus in Oriath. So, when you complete the Elder, you will get one of the right 2 fragments here. When you complete the Shaper, you'll get one of the left 2 fragments here. When you have a full set of these 4, so that is two different ones from the Shaper, 2 different ones from the Elder, you'll then be able to attempt the Uber Elder, which is basically Shaper and Elder fought at the same time in a different arena and with some of their abilities removed. Uber Elder is a big step up in difficulty from Searing Exarch, Eater of Worlds, and probably from the Maven. But it is a step down in difficulty compared to the true Uber bosses, which is stuff that you'll encounter later with things like these decaying fragments that come from tier 17 maps. So yeah, it is complex, and I kind of should do a video on this at some point. I did a video. Let me just find the video that is probably what you're looking for at the moment. There it is. Thank you, Google, for finding my own videos easier than I can find them. I think that is the video you're looking for. That's my guide to all the Voidstone bosses. I don't know if you've done Maven or not, but that video will have everything you need. Oh, you said you've got 2, so yeah, you haven't done Maven. That video will outline the Voidstone side of things. Once you've got your Voidstones, there's a step past that, and that's tier 17 maps. Yeah, it's partly because it's a mess, because if you don't know to search for, like, that is the top thing that comes up if you do a search for PoE 2024 Voidstone Guide, but you don't necessarily know that that's what you're looking for. Yeah. Just a note that if you're playing in Trade League, you don't want to do this Harvest Swap for Uber Elder. Like, it is something that's there. It's an option, but it's there for solo self-found rather than for trade. And yeah, I have guides to Shaper Elder, Maven, and Uber Elder. The Maven one actually is the best of the guides, but it doesn't come up very highly at all in search because other people had good guides out that were first. So in that sense, it sort of ends up being hard to find as a result. The Shaper Elder and Uber Elder guides, they're still current and they still work, but they're 2018 or 2019 videos, and it shows like my lack of editing skills at that time. It really shows. What was I looking for here? I'm just gonna go forward, don't I? Couldn't remember whether I was in this zone or the next one. I would say Maven is probably the best bet to focus on. What character are you playing though? Because sometimes, like, if you're playing Righteous Fire, Maven is unusually hard on that build. Hey, thanks as well. Yeah, if you're playing Righteous Fire, Maven is that build is unusually weak against Maven, and you might find Uber Elder easier. But if you're playing something else, then you'll find it the other way. You'll find that Maven is the easier to defeat as well as the easier to access. The other thing to note is that Uber Elder, Uber Elder is a very failable fight. You can easily get into trouble and fail that fight. Oh, there's another gold amulet. Wow. In stuff that you only get interested in. Oh, that's terrible. Anyways, my existing one's miles better. Playing Barmer. Okay, yeah. That's going to line up well against Uber Elder. Actually, no, it lines up well against both of them. Yeah, BAMA will line up well against both of those bosses. Because both Uber Elder and Maven both reward precise control of... Oh, wow, an elk as well. Sorry, this is not feeling like Ruthless at the moment. Both those bosses reward precise movement, and you'll have that precise movement. Yeah, if you're going to fail Maven, it's going to be in the coil beam phase. Probably. Like, the shit on the floor, the bad shit on the floor is very easy to die to, but normally you can recover it. Because in normal Maven, Uber Maven is different, but normal Maven, the bad shit on the floor is something that you can manage if it gets out of control, because it's only for one phase. Where you get in real trouble is the coil beams. They're just genuinely quite hard to deal with. Uber Elder has floor drops as well. And for that matter, depending on how much damage you do, Shaper can have some trouble with floor shit as well. Especially if you get floor shit inside the bullet hell safe zone. Yeah, look, Cast on Death is fine. It's gonna get swapped for another support gem in the labyrinth. You know, I'm gonna do Cruel Labs soon, aren't I? It'll just get swapped there. Yeah, Elder Poop is bad. Elder's bad ground. But Shaper's bad stuff can be brutal. Yeah, I think I probably should make a guide on that. Hey, it's like, what should be your priorities after clearing the axe? Because, like, the first priority is getting a bunch of Atlas points. And your second priority is going to be... like, you're going to start eventually needing to do your Eater of Worlds and Eater of Worlds quest and the other one. Searing Exarch quest. But those get shoved in your face, whereas the other stuff doesn't. Tumblr, I'm talking about Shaper for Bullet Hell, not Uber Elder there. I am talking about Shaper. Yeah, because you'll get to a point, like, you'll reach a point, you're still a bit of away from this at the moment. It depends on how hard you find Maven and Uber Elder to be, but you will reach a point as well where you've got the new League stuff, the new 324 stuff, which is the Tier 17s, will be the next big jump up, and they're a big jump up. Yeah, Tumblr, I do the same. I buy carries early on. It's not that I can't do them, it's that a carry's not going to have any risk of failing, and they also can do them faster than earlier in progression than I can. Delve is cool. I do like Delve. Why am I in Oak's Zone? Because I'm thinking of Act 2. Act 2 was like 6 hours ago. There's Zlatha. Yeah, I agree. Is Eboogie. It is good to do it yourself a couple of times as well, just to get that sense. One thing that's a fairly popular sort of challenge a lot of people will try to do at some point in their progression. This is like, you need to be a fairly experienced player to do this. Is trying to do a fresh start to 3 Void Stones inside 15 hours of played time. Which is fairly difficult. Like, it's not an elite time, but it's a good time. Tumblr, you'd be shocked to know that the price is actually higher in softcore. Usually 110. 40 for Maven, 70 for Uber Elder usually. That's been pretty consistent for a while. Just because Uber Elder takes so much more setup.
When I'm ready, I'm not before.
I think one of the things, though, is that in softcore currency generation is so high that if it was that cheap, people would stop doing it. Like, they'd just go and map instead and make more currency. Whereas in hardcore, you got to be careful when you're doing any juiced mapping. In softcore, you don't. You can just be like, I paid for 6 portals. I'll be reckless for the first 4 of them.
Too much clutter.
Yeah, do.
Good tidings to you.
Exile isn't usually sold very much in softcore. So that has rarity on it. That's why it's selling for so much. It doesn't have move speed though, so it's not usable. This is a side grade, but a legit one. I'm going to keep that. I may not want it now, but I may later. And I think we're going to start just dropping stuff in here that we want later. Or that's at least in a maybe later section. This is brick now. The Omen thing. And we haven't set up Ruthless currency tab. We'll do that now. Not that. Stop doing that, you fool. I'm full. Alright.
That would just make life complicated.
Yeah, exactly. Exarch, you need to pay attention to the ball phase. It's very, very, very rippy, the ball phase, if you're not ready for it. And who am I missing at the moment? Tarkley. Don't really care about any of that.
With the rope, another.
Now, I was in the process of thinking, how do I want to get to Searing Heat? The shortest way is this way, but do I want to do anything up top is the question. Because, like, I don't have a jewel yet. Infused Flesh I may well want to get. Presage and the Herald stuff I don't. Oh yeah, it's Golem Commander. I'm going to want this eventually. Based on that, I think I just go the top route and connect it up. It's inefficient pathing now, but it won't remain inefficient later. And we want that cluster. All right. Now, we go this way, don't we? I always get lost in this zone, especially when I come back in after doing something else. This is where I start. This is where I'll start dying if I play recklessly. Rare amulet, unless it's got rarity, I'm not going to use it over the rarity amulet I've got. Not half bad though for Ruthless. Anyways. I'm going to get more of those sorts of amulets because I've got my rarity gear on. Or at least a little bit of it. And like I was saying earlier in the stream, I think that the way that rarity works in Ruthless just makes it really strong as a start. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, Zizaran and Mathla would be the biggest names in PathOfExile streaming now. Hey, Jekko. Yep, we're giving Ruthless another look this league. I'm not going to get to endgame tonight because it's just gone midnight my time. But it looks like the stuff that's been changed with Scarabs, which was done for the base game, I think is going to have a big impact on Ruthless, and people have said that it has. So that's something I'm kind of keen to see how it plays out in practice. Yeah, the gear in Ruthless has been very non-Ruthless. But it's the Scarabs are the thing that enticed me back. Having run Ruthless during the not the alpha. I didn't play during the. I didn't play in the. I played from the day the NDA was lifted. So I was invited to play in the NDA alpha, but was like, I kind of want to cover this in videos, and then I have to pay a lot of attention to what's public and what isn't. And that's just exhausting, like the amount of attention you have to pay to that. So I was like, no, I'm gonna wait till it's public, and then I'll jump in. So I played through to yellow maps during the alpha, and I played through to yellow maps once since. Once, maybe twice. But this time I think I found I always loved 1 to 75 and then got bored because maps felt empty. But now I think with the Scarabs, I don't think that's going to be the case anymore. Because if you played Ruthless before the Scarab change, the Scarabs, like the Gilded Scarabs, worked on red maps, polished on yellow, and rusted on white. Scarabs only came from Betrayal, full stop. There's no other sources of them in the game. And yeah, like basically they just added the mechanic. They didn't do anything more. Is it? No, it's down here, isn't it? I've misread this zone, this layout. Yeah, this is correct. Yeah, the loot in Ruthless is really good because, like, regular monsters drop exciting loot in Ruthless, which doesn't happen in the base game. Like, especially this league. Like, this league and last league. Last league, it was really only Mage Blood and Headhunter that remained loot from the base tables. Oh, and obviously Divine Orbs and Mirrors. This league, it's not even Headhunter. It's just Mage Blood. T17 completion was extremely hard early on. Like, they got nerfed real hard. Yep. I was after the nerf still, yeah. Oh, speaking of T17s, I might just finish Act 6, and then that'll be the end of Ruthless for tonight. But then I'm gonna have a look for the. I'll jump into base game and just find a little something I've got related to tier 17s. I mean, you could get one that was doable. Oh, Jekko, you're the person running the Ruthless private league, are you? That looked cool. This is like Ruthless with no grave crafting and with all meta ascendancies banned. I think all of meta skills banned, wasn't it? Yeah, I look cool. Yeah, no one's hit 100 in Ruthless because there's a stacking XP penalty that's like multiplicatively stacks with the base, with the XP penalties that you get anyway from the base game. So yeah, I don't think anyone's can hit 100 in Ruthless. Like, you know, like it's ridiculously grindy. On top of that, like some of the strategies that waste maps in order to get more XP aren't options in Ruthless because maps are not something you have infinity of. Kind of curious where you would go for like XP. Yeah, like honestly, I feel permanent Ruthless is the most like is the playstyle, like not the playstyle, the game mode that is least that like would be good for people that don't currently play it. Not everyone, but there's definitely a section of the player base that I think permanent Ruthless would be good for that aren't playing it for whatever reason. Yeah, exactly. This necro mechanics are like really dominant in this. I definitely see why you went with permanent Ruthless as the parent league. I just wanted to mess around with the Necropolis stuff as well. Rather. I didn't even check out what the Essence support is like on the passive tree in Ruthless. Yeah, there is a very weak dash that you get in this quick step, but that was something that was added a couple leagues ago. It's miles worse than any of the base game move skills, but it's still good enough that everyone uses it. What I think Ruthless needs is, when you're not in the presence of any enemies, you should move faster. Dodgy, yes. PoE 2 will have the same business model as PoE 1. So basically, I think of it not so much as free to play, so much as buy to play, because at some point you are going to need stash tabs, but with a very generous free trial. Level 1 to 85 pretty much is free. if you're still having fun at level 85, you are going to feel you need to buy the game, i.e. buy a bunch of stash tabs. Yeah, so getting about the Heist Flame Dash Dagger. Because it's something that's so bad in the base game that no one cares about it. The other thing, Dodgy, is that things that are purchased in PoE 1 will carry over if applicable. Like, for instance, the cosmetic armor set that my character's using will be available in PoE 2. But something, like, for instance, if they decide divination cards aren't going to be in PoE 2, which I think they haven't decided yet, that they're leaning towards having them in. But if they decide not to, then things that relate to divination cards won't be in. Yeah, Turtle Hideout will be in, for sure. Atlas Hideout's the best one, though. I'm using the Turtle Hideout at the moment because it's new, but I'm going to go back to the Atlas Hideout at some point.
When I'm ready, I'm ready.
Most of the damage in the beacon section is those fire things. Oh, why is that not being taken in? Yeah. So not quite close enough. All right. Well, it's done now. Yeah, it's those flamethrower turrets seem to do most of the damage in these, I think. Oh, you were bleeding. Okay, yeah. I've been pretty aggressively cleansing my bleeds because I've had a bunch of them, but there we go. There's another one that I'm on bleed immunity for a few seconds afterwards. Also took a bunch of corrupting blood damage in the last one as well. Oh, prevents recovery above 50%. I do not like that mod. There we go. Alright, just gonna get clear. Yeah, I thought it was going to be those turrets that were killing you, but yeah, the bleeds are nasty. I will definitely credit that. Those things hurt like hell. How are my gem levels looking now? Where are we? We're looking for something specific. It's here, isn't it? Level 44, and I'm 52 in a 49 zone. So we're still a couple of gem levels behind, which is going to be the case all the way. You know what I would like to see done? The assassin node that lets all damage with hits poison. Bring that into the base game assassin. Base game assassin needs that.
just reshape yourself. It changes the world around you too.
And that will probably result in all of the complaints about stop wasting time on Ruthless would probably end up going away at that point too, because it's like, oh, here's a change that was originally done for Ruthless that's wound up in the base game and people like it. I think like the thing with base game Ruthless is, base game Assassin is that it's just not the best at anything. It's like, it's certainly playable in a bunch of things, but it's, for power charge stacking, it's worse than Occultist. For poison, it's worse than Pathfinder, and probably tied with Occultist. For critical strike spellcasting, it's generally worse than Inquisitor. Like, it's, yeah, sort of in this awkward spot that the only thing it would be best at would be if Perfect Agony was a build. But Perfect Agony isn't good enough for anyone to want, so... The thing is that then yeah, you can do that, Jacko. The thing is that you can't do that with spells, and you are then using a dagger. And you are not using, say, some obscure, random, unique... Like, you can't use a Rebuke of the Vaal. You can't use Firestorm. And making it an option, even if it's a 2-pointer that does nothing else other than all damage with hits can poison, and it's an unconnected 2-pointer, I think that would be an option that would be interesting. And honestly, it would probably get taken by a lot of tricksters through Forbidden Jewels. Like you'd start seeing people playing a trickster or even a saboteur that was a poison build. Yeah, I'd definitely be keen to see that added to the base game. Or if you wanted it to be a 4-pointer, you could have it be... you could have it also have something that's like Critical Strike Affliction is a part of it as well. Like Critical Strike Affliction support. I'm trying to think if I've seen Critical Strike Affliction in a build. That support gem since they reworked it. I'm sure it has been. Oh yeah, it's been in some of the Viper Strike of the Mamba builds. Pretty sure of that. Something, something, don't get hit. Something, something. Alright, where are we now? Up here, I think. I think we've just about found Briny. Feels like it's going to be harder to find him than to kill him. No, you have way more access to... You had way more access in 3.15 to specific types of content you wanted than you do in Ruthless. Oh, yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah. Yeah, defenses wise, you mean. There we are.
So courageous. Such a fine example of womanhood. I simply knew you wouldn't disappoint me. Or my husband. You see, His Majesty could never be satiated on his wedding day by one bride alone. Thank you, my new sister. I shall always treasure your company.
Harishi is one of the quiet heroes of Path of Exile in general. Like, where people know Chris Wilson's role in the game, Harishi's is just much more invisible, but he's had a huge impact on this game. Alright. Obligatory don't get hit. Ah, he got up a shield while I was doing my big cooldown damage. Alright. Phase change. Drop one cooldown trap just to deal with all the trash. I took a big swipe there. Those things hurt. This fight got changed a while ago. It's much less glass cannonable than it used to be. Because of that slam. It's not always dodgeable.
Born of ocean's mire, and death washed clean of dark desire. And thus...
The sliver of divinity.
Hold on, Tieko.
Alrighty. I am thinking I'm going to wind up pretty soon. Just having a look, see who is online at the moment. Maybe Nugian. I haven't raided him in a while. In fact, in a long time. So let me just make sure before I wind up. Did I pick up my Rizlatha stat point? I wanted to show something about T17s, didn't I? Oh yeah, no, I was just going to show off the the bug 17s I have.
Stay sharp out there.
Let me just... So, what we needed to do at this point, let's just clean up this trash first. Vendor, don't vendor, and ID, because we're going to use this probably. It's bricked. Well, no, it's not bricked. We can augment it and see if we hit. Lightning to attacks. Ugh. Like, what we have is actually better. I'm going to throw one alteration on it. Oh. Game is not liking me today. Alright. I may actually use that because the strength is still there. Don't want that? No, I think I prefer what I've got. Alright, so yeah, let's just do the quick thing in 17s. So this is... I've just got to remember where they are. These are something that were from my private league. A little bit of a trophy I've kept. There's not very many of these in the trade league. And where would they be? They're not in a map tab. I feel like they may be in a dump tab, they may be in a special tab, but they should stand out. They're maybe in an unlisted tab, actually. I think they are. Yeah, here we are. Okay. Scoured Fortress map. Scoured Sanctuaries. These came from a private league where items drop scoured. So that's what I was saying I wanted to show people. They're not producible anymore, because that was something that... It's sort of not pay to cheat, but it's sort of just on the borderline, a little bit sketchy, so GGG patched it out after I made a video about it. Anyways, I am going to wind up at this point. I'm just going to make sure...
Will just be... It'll
if
you make it online, like it...
So let's go right over there where he's... And of course we've gone in. We're going in just as he's popping ads up, but that's unfortunate. But shit happens. May your Varlobs have interesting results.
Hear that? That's the sound.